Chapter 241. What do you think our sect should be named? Zhou Xuanji sat down cross-legged and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He asked with a frown, looking worried. Northern Sword Valiant said excitedly, Sword Emperor Sect. Everyone rolled their eyes at him. What a vulgar name. Can't you have some substance? Huang Lianxin shook her head, and then she suggested, how about Myriad Sword Court? Zhou Xuanji was determined to be invincible in the world with 10,000 swords. This was the meaning behind the name of the sect. Why don't we call it 10,000 Swords Divine Sect? How about the Immortal Sword Sect? None of them are good. Let's call it Azure Sky Sword Sect. Invincible Sword Master? Let's call it Great Thousand Sword Sect. Everyone voiced their opinions one after another, each more excited than the last. Zhou Xuanji was in deep thought and remained unmoved. Daoya Old Man stroked his beard and smiled. There's no rush. Let's think about it slowly. After all, we are the only ones in the entire sect. Ning Zifeng asked curiously, what's the goal of this sect? He hoped that Zhou Xuanji's ambition would be bigger, and it would be best if it was not just limited to the northern wilderness region. After all, he still had to return to the chaotic Tide Sea. If at that time Zhou Xuanji could become his backer, that would be wonderful. Number one in the world, let's ascend together. Zhou Xuanji replied without hesitation. He had been thinking about ascending for a long time. Up until now, not a single sect had been able to ascend together. He felt that if he did that, he would shock the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. It would be very satisfying. If he wanted to do it, he had to do something that no one had ever done before. Hearing this, Ning Zifeng's eyes lit up, and the rest felt their blood boiling. Together, they would ascend to the top of the world. They would ascend together and pursue the immortal Tao. On the path of cultivation, one had to be bold and do things that others didn't dare to think about. Prepare well. Once the red Qilin awakens, we will descend the mountain. Finally, Zhou Xuanji ordered. When the time came, he would leave Fenyu Dragon King behind to guard Skyfall. He took back a piece of Apocalypse from Daoya Old Man for Fenyu Dragon King. Fenyu Dragon King was overjoyed when he found out about the ability to destroy the world. He was very moved and kowtowed to Zhou Xuanji 10 times before getting up. Following this, Zhou Xuanji gathered Dade Bear Monarch, Haotian Boar King, Liuwu Wolf Demon, and Jingtian Eagle. After they left, the 4 demons would be free, and it would be up to them to decide where they would go. Zhou Xuanji chatted with them for an hour before leaving. 2 months later, the red Qilin finally awakened successfully. It came to the top of the mountain, and Fenyu Dragon King followed closely behind. Everyone's gaze turned to him. His entire body was wrapped in raging flames, and the surface of his body was similar to Fenyu Dragon King's true form. There were many fine lines of lava, and his shoulders were several feet tall, looking mighty and domineering. It circled around Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui energetically. Master! It let out a childish voice like a little boy. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said with a smile, You can even speak human language. Not bad. He glanced at Ada, Small Air, and the 3-eyed drought rodent. The 3 demons lowered their heads in grievance. What a cute voice! Jiang Shui cried out in pleasant surprise. She wanted to reach out to touch the red Qilin, but this fellow's entire body was covered in flames, so she couldn't touch it. Master, quickly give me a name. I want my surname to be Zhou. The red Qilin said excitedly. After that, it stopped in front of Zhou Xuanji and lay down like a dog trying to act cute. Daoya Old Man clicked his tongue in wonder and said, Level 5 right after awakening. Not bad, much stronger than some earthworms. The little black snake almost vomited blood. He was extremely frustrated. It was not that the red Qilin was ridiculously talented. It was just that the Qilin race took a long time to gestate. It was not surprising for the Qilin race to gestate for a few hundred years. Ning Zifeng was also observing the red Qilin curiously. The others surrounded the red Qilin and discussed excitedly. They had watched this little guy grow up. You shall be called Zhou Xiaoqi, Zhou Xuanji muttered. The red Qilin heard him and jumped up in excitement. And now, the red Qilin had its own name, Zhou Xiaoqi. The group packed up and prepared to depart. An hour later, they left under the gazes of Fenyu Dragon King, Haotian Boar King, Liuwu Wolf Demon, Dade Bear Monarch, and Jingtian Eagle. After they disappeared into the horizon, Fenyu Dragon King turned around and looked at the 4 8th-rank demons. After Master leaves, we must protect Skyfall during this period of time. Do you understand? Fenyu Dragon King said solemnly. A baleful aura emanated from his eyes, making him look majestic. Understood. The 4 demons cried out in unison. Each of them had different thoughts in mind. After flying for 8 hours, they left the endless forest. In front of them was a mountainous area with few trees and hills. The group landed and began walking forward. Without Zhou Xuanji's instruction, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and the others began practicing their sword technique. Ning Zifeng saw them and began practicing as well. He was practicing the ancestral dragon sword. Dual sword wills were too difficult. He had already given up and began practicing the ancestral dragon sword day and night. But even if he succeeded, he would not be as powerful as Zhou Xuanji. The ancestral dragon was the monarch of dragons. Zhou Xuanji had monarchical violet qi, so the ancestral dragon he cultivated was naturally the most powerful. In the group, no one else had monarchical violet qi other than him. Will we run into human enemies? Han Shenbua asked anxiously. If they encountered demons, they would surely kill them. If they encountered humans, it might be the same case. Don't worry. The humans are busy fighting the demons now. Even if someone recognizes Zhou Xuanji, they will not dare to attack. Daoya Old Man waved his hand and smiled. There were not many humans who could defeat Zhou Xuanji. Including those who hid in the deep mountains and forests, there were less than 100 of them. Xuanji, how powerful are you now? Jiang Shui asked out of curiosity. After mastering the ancestral dragon sword, Zhou Xuanji's power increased again. Having heard her, he muttered, I'm not sure either. I should be a little weaker than Chief Monk Xuanhe. Although Chief Monk Xuanhe looked weak before Xian Xianghua, he was actually very powerful. The title of the top monk in the northern wilderness region was not just for show. When Master breaks through to the spirit refinement stage, his power will grow tremendously, Ning Zifeng said with a smile. The difference between the spirit refinement stage and the astral projection stage was huge. It was like the difference between clouds and mud. Zhou Xuanji had already reached astral projection level 9 and was very close to the spirit refinement stage. The group could not help but look forward to seeing how powerful Zhou Xuanji would be after breaking through to the spirit refinement stage. At this moment, Huang Lianxin flew back on small air. 100 miles ahead, there's a demon army attacking the city. She cried out from the sky, and Zhou Xuanji and the others looked up. Under the blue sky, a majestic stone city was located among the mountains. Demons were attacking the city walls from all directions. Even the flying demons were attacking from the sky. Soldiers stood on the city walls. Cultivators could be seen on the buildings and on the stone roof. The entire city was at war. Many elderly, weak women and children were crying in their houses and on the street. Corpses were piled up a few meters high in front of the city gate. There were human corpses and demon corpses. Blood flowed like a river, and it looked like hell on earth. Hold on! An old general in armor raised his sword and roared. Looking toward where he was looking, countless demons were charging toward them like a tidal wave. Before the first wave subsided, another wave rose, determined to destroy the city gate. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 242. Children, charge for me. Ha! A 15-meter-tall demon with a tiger's head and a human's body roared. His face was ferocious, and he held a huge blade in his hand. The blade was stained with blood, and his baleful aura soared into the sky. With that, thousands of demons charged towards the stone city one after the other. The old general on the city wall had a terrible look on his face. His eyes were filled with despair. In the face of such an attack, their city would definitely be breached. Now that the humans and demons were at war, no one would come to their aid. Is our stone forest city going to perish just like that? The old general mumbled to himself. The soldiers beside him heard him and trembled. Fear and despair enveloped their hearts. Death was not scary. What was scary was waiting for death with no hope. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort came. Next, a beam of sword light illuminated the entire battlefield. PFFTT! 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 Countless demons were chopped into minced meat. Even the great demon was split into two by the sword chi. Within 3 breaths' time, all the demons in front of the city gate were dead. Everyone was stunned. The other demons opened their eyes wide, and could not believe their eyes. Before they could react, numerous legendary swords flew toward them with incredible speed and killed the demons one after another. Run! A powerful cultivator is attacking. So many swords! Which sword sect is it? Such a horrifying sword chi! How can this be? The demons cried miserably. Even though they were fleeing in panic, they were not as fast as the legendary swords. Everyone in the stone city raised their heads and stared at the scene with their mouths agape. Dozens of legendary swords chasing after the demon army. This scene would forever be engraved in their hearts. Unforgettable! At the same time, Zhou Xuanji and the others walked over from the horizon. Master's control over swords is beyond my reach, Ning Zifeng said with admiration. He tried to control multiple swords before, but he could not let each sword move independently. He had never admired someone so much in the sword's way. This admiration had already turned into worship in his heart. Start recruiting disciples after we enter the city. Focus on quality and not quantity. Do you understand? If you encounter someone with special talents, you can make an exception and accept them. Zhou Xuanji looked at Stone Forest City and said with a smile. Everyone nodded with anticipation in their eyes. There should be geniuses in such a big city, right? After a while, when the team arrived at Stone Forest City's gates, the old general and several thousand injured soldiers were already waiting for them. Their faces were filled with excitement as they knelt in unison. Thank you for your help, seniors, the old general said gratefully. Tears streamed down his face as he kowtowed continuously. No need to be so polite. Tell me about the situation in your city. Zhou Xuanji nodded. The soldiers looked at Zhou Xiaoqi, big and small heir in fear. Especially big and small heir, they were like 2 small mountains, truly frightening. The old general didn't hide anything. He was the city lord. This city didn't belong to any dynasty and was isolated from the rest of the world. However, the great battle between the 2 clans had affected them as well. Stone Forest City had existed for nearly 3,000 years, and the strongest cultivator in the city was at the Leaving Aperture realm. However, that expert had recently been summoned back by the sect, leaving Stone Forest City unprotected. After hearing him out, Zhou Xuanji said straightforwardly, "How about we stay in Stone Forest City for 10 days? Temporary residence?" The old general frowned instinctively. Although this group of people saved Stone Forest City, who could be sure that they had no ill intentions? Don't worry. We are recruiting disciples in the sword's way. When they reach great accomplishment, they will be the support of Stone Forest City. Zhou Xuanji continued, which made the old general pleasantly surprised. Because Stone Forest City was isolated from the rest of the world, there were not many cultivation orthodoxies in Stone Forest City. No problem, of course. The old general held back his excitement and said before bringing Zhou Xuanji and the others into the city. And so, Zhou Xuanji and the others entered Stone Forest City. Along the way, many people came to thank them. The entire stone forest city was in ruins. Corpses, limbs, and bloodstains were everywhere. It was a horrifying sight. With the old general's arrangement, they stayed in an intact residence. On that day, the news of the sword sect recruiting disciples spread across the entire city. After witnessing the great battle, everyone fell in love and went crazy. Within 2 hours, a long queue formed in front of the residence. In the courtyard, Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, and Huang Lianxin sat in a stone pavilion and drank tea. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and Ning Zifeng stood side by side outside the pavilion to assess the people who came to seek the Tao. Chongming Demon Monarch, Zhou Xiaoqi, the little black snake, a big and small heir, and Daoya Old Man watched the show from the side. Beixiao Wang Jian and Han Shenbua went to the city to gather information about the humans and demons. Have you practiced the sword before? Yes. Show me a sword technique. Okay, Ning Zifeng instructed emotionlessly. The skinny young man in front of him was extremely nervous. He drew his sword with his trembling right hand and began to perform a sword technique. It was very awkward. It was obvious that he did not practice the sword often. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Tsongjian each had a person practicing the sword. They gave them pointers to see how perceptive these people were. But it was a pity that the three of them did not make any significant progress. They were eventually persuaded to quit and were replaced by the next batch. I wonder how many of them will pass, Jiang Shui said as she supported her chin. Seeing how serious Xiao Jinghong and the others were, she wanted to laugh. Before Zhou Xuanji, they were like little lambs. The contrast was too great. Huang Lianxin smiled and said, "It's good enough that there are 5 people. These 3 guys are extremely talented in the sword's way after all. It's not easy to gain their recognition." Zhou Xuanji did not interrupt. At first, he watched with interest, but he soon lost interest and began to cultivate. At the entrance of the courtyard, those who were waiting for the assessment were discussing softly. Is that a dragon eagle? 2 of them. Could he be Sword God Zhou? It's really possible. Look, there are 2 girls in the stone pavilion. They are just like the rumors. Great. In the entire world, no one can compare to Zhou Xuanji in the sword's way. Isn't he the vice suzerain of Tanhua sect? Tanhua sect is not a sword sect. Those are all rumors. I said long ago that Zhou Xuanji is righteous and will not follow evil. Zhou Xuanji and the others could hear these voices, but they were indifferent. They did not think about hiding their identities. It was near night and the assessment continued. Beixiao Wang Jian and Han Shenbua returned and told Zhou Xuanji all the information they had gathered. Jihuang Demon Lord had already come out from his seclusion and ordered the demons to attack again. He went to the Merciful Melody Cliff personally and destroyed this sanctum, which greatly damaged the morale of the humans. The other 7 sanctums were furious. They worked together to capture Jihuang Demon Lord. However, Jihuang Demon Lord had 9 9th-rank great demons with him, and one of them surpassed 9th rank. It was difficult for them to get close to him. What was worth mentioning was that Huangquan Drake King helped Jihuang Demon Lord, which put the humans in a more dangerous situation. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 243. It's Huangquan Drake King again. This old dragon is really cunning. Chongming Demon Monarch cursed. Last time at Tanhua sect, Huangquan Drake King ambushed them too. After they left Tanhua sect, the old dragon sent the Huangquan twin devils to hunt them down. How despicable! As a demon, Chongming Demon Monarch did not have much sense of belonging. He only wanted to live. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were cold. Ever since they parted at Juadi Cliff, Huangquan Drake King had his eyes on him. Since they were enemies, he had to think of a way to eliminate Huangquan Drake King. However, Huangquan Drake King was ranked 5th in the world and was not easy to deal with. Beixiao, help me with the assessment too. Save time. Zhou Xuanji instructed. He planned to take the assessment through the night and leave as soon as possible. Having heard that, Beishao Wangjian nodded and walked to Zhao Congjian's side. "That guy over there, come here!" Beishao Wangjian shouted, looking like he was not to be trifled with. Jiang Shui looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "If you face Huangquan Drake King, do you have a chance of winning?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Before I meet him, I will make myself confident." World internalization was his confidence. Seeing that he was so confident, Jiang Shui smiled as well. That night, Zhou Xuanji's identity spread across the entire city. No one felt resentful because of this. After all, Zhou Xuanji had saved them and was their savior. For 3 days, they did not find any good seedlings. Until this day. A young man performed a black-grade intermediate-tier sword technique, which caught everyone's attention. This young man was quite handsome. He wore a blue shirt and had a frivolous smile on his face. "How about it? I'm quite talented, right? I want to be Sword God Zhou's disciple," he said proudly, ignoring Xiao Jinghong and the others. "Arrogant." Beishao Wangjian stared at him and said, "You're overthinking. You're not even qualified to be our disciple." The young man in blue was still smiling proudly and said, "I, Su Yang, am very powerful. I'm 29 years old this year, and I'm already at Soul Fountain level 9. With this, the people who were queuing up were in an uproar. Apparently, they had not heard of Su Yang's name. But he was already at Soul Fountain level 9 at such a young age. Zhou Xuanji did not look at Su Yang but focused on cultivating. "Spar with me without using spiritual energy." Xiao Jinghong raised his sword and smiled. Su Yang immediately agreed. The two of them sparred in the courtyard. In less than 10 moves, Su Yang was defeated. Northern Sword Valiant mocked, "Brat, have you seen your own strength clearly?" The little black snake came over and giggled. "Beishao, are you jealous of his talent?" Beishao Wangjian was furious and wanted to step on it, but it dodged. Su Yang picked up his sword with an unwilling look on his face. "Actually, you can accept him." Daoya Old Man suddenly sent a telepathic message to Zhou Xuanji. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji looked at him in confusion. He revealed a strange smile and transmitted his voice. "This child is not simple. Although his talent is not outstanding, his identity is special. His fate is very complicated, and he should be the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse. If he is nurtured, once he awakens, he will definitely become a great battle force." Reincarnation of a mighty figure? Zhou Xuanji was surprised in his heart, but he said, "Okay, take him in. Jinghong, you will teach him in the future." Xiao Jinghong cupped his fists and said, "Understood." Su Yang was immediately excited. Just when he was about to speak, Xiao Jinghong glared at him and said, "Go back and prepare. You will leave with us in a few days." Su Yang quickly walked behind him and chuckled, "I was just passing by this city. There's nothing to pack. Fortunately, you guys are here, or else I would have died here. It would be such a waste." This guy was obviously a chatterbox. "Brat, come and have a chat." Chongming Demon Monarch, who was sitting on the ground, waved his hand and smiled. His smile was full of deep meaning. Su Yang did not put up his guard and walked up to him. At the same time, the recruitment of disciples continued. Time passed quickly. 7 days later, they recruited 8 disciples. There were 6 males and 2 females. The oldest was more than 200 years old, and the youngest was 22. Including Su Yang, there were 9 disciples in total. Thousands of soldiers sent them off respectfully, and they left Stone Forest City. Other than Su Yang, the other 8 were very restrained. And so, Su Yang became their leader. This guy was very lively and dared to argue with the little black snake and Beishao Wangjian. Ever since he was defeated by Xiao Jinghong, he became very respectful toward Xiao Jinghong. As for Zhou Xuanji, he was in awe, because from the beginning to the end, he had not spoken a single word to Zhou Xuanji. The sense of distance made him revere Zhou Xuanji. "Let's start training," Zhou Xuanji, who was walking in front, said, which stunned Su Yang and the other disciples. They stopped instinctively and realized that Zhou Xuanji and the others were still moving forward, so they quickly caught up. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Beixiao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, and Ning Zifeng walked to the side of the group and began swinging their swords, training as they walked. The 9 new disciples opened their eyes wide. "Hurry up and catch up!" Chongming Demon Monarch stared at them and shouted. The 9 were so frightened that they quickly drew their swords. Their addition made the group look majestic. Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin were full of smiles. Although it was just the beginning, they had already imagined the scene of 10,000 people training. One day, their sect would become so powerful that it could stand shoulder to shoulder with the sanctums. If we continue in this direction, which empire or powerful faction is the closest? Zhou Xuanji asked Daoya Old Man. Only by encountering powerful enemies could he truly become powerful. Daoya Old Man muttered, "It should be Dongyuan Temple." After Xuanhe was suppressed, Dongyuan Temple could still hold on for a while. There are many senior monks in the temple, as well as many old immortals. Dongyuan Temple. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Just like that, everyone strolled forward. Along the way, Xiao Jinghong taught his 9 disciples the 36 Paths Jade Xiao sword technique, which was enough for them to practice for a few years. In the blink of an eye, several months passed. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 27 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained gold, sunset sword, amethyst, elegant sky starsword, and 5 elements divine staff. The sword spirit's voice sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind, and he narrowed his eyes. At this moment they were walking above the canyon. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and the rest were still practicing their swordsmanship behind them. Information about the 2 swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Sunset Sword level, gold description, the sword of a peerless swordsman. It has the ability to restrain evil spirit. Sword name, Heavenly Elegance Starlight Sword grade, amethyst description. This sword contains light attribute energy and can emit a bright light that is even more dazzling than the sun. Make do. Zhou Xuanji was not too surprised, and he took out the 5 elements divine staff. It was a piece of jade wood that was 5 feet long. A purple crystal was embedded at the tip, making it look extremely beautiful. He directly handed the 5 elements divine staff to Jiang Shui and said, "This is your birthday present." Jiang Shui took the 5 elements divine staff and was pleasantly surprised. "Be careful, there's killing intent ahead." Ning Zifeng, who was walking at the front, suddenly spoke with a solemn tone. Chapter 244. Killing Intent? Everyone turned their heads and looked along the cliff of the canyon. At the end of the horizon, thunderclouds covered the horizon, as if a storm was coming. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and saw a person sitting on a hill in the distance. That person's hair was disheveled and his hands were placed on his knees with his palms facing up. The black robe on his body continuously fluttered, and strands of demonic energy seeped out like raging flames on his body. Despite the flashes of lightning in the sky, he did not waver. He slowly opened his eyes and looked into the distance as he muttered, "Zhou Xuanji, you're finally here." He was not in a hurry to get up. Instead, he waited in place. Demonic energy. This person is from the demonic path. Daoya Old Man said softly. At the back, Su Yang and the others became nervous. Devil cultivator. Xiao Jinghong furrowed his brows and said, "This person has come with ill intentions. It feels like he has been waiting here for a long time." They immediately thought of Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance. These 2 devil path forces were always able to track their whereabouts very quickly. "It should be an enemy. Let me handle it," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. An exquisite golden long sword appeared in his right hand. The sword was 1.2 meters long, and its blade was as wide as an adult's palm. There were many figures carved on it, and it was filled with the aura of history. It was the heavenly elegance Starflash sword. Seeing Zhou Xuanji take out his sword, everyone's eyes lit up. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others were all curious about the new sword. Su Yang and the other disciples were looking forward to seeing Zhou Xuanji's power. Apart from the battle at Stone Forest City, they had never seen Zhou Xuanji fight. The last time was too short. This time, he might be able to witness how powerful Sword God Zhou was. You guys be careful. I'll go meet him first. After saying this, Zhou Xuanji leapt up and flew into the distance like an immortal. Su Yang asked excitedly, Grandmaster, how many moves do you need to defeat the enemy? He loved the way of the sword and had long since admired Zhou Xuanji. Ever since the battle at the fallen immortal heavenly lake, Zhou Xuanji had disappeared, and there were rumors in the human race that he had died. This matter caused Su Yang to grieve for a period of time. He was about to witness Zhou Xuanji's power, and Su Yang could only feel his blood boiling. He's a grand ascension cultivator, Ning Zifeng muttered, causing Su Yang to widen his eyes. A Mahayana cultivator could enter the northern wilderness top 100. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji came up to the black-robed man, about 100 meters away. He just stared coldly at the other party. He didn't attack immediately, nor did he say anything. Zhou Xuanji, you really made me wait for a long time. The black-robed man opened his eyes and sneered. His eyes were blood-red and his pupils couldn't be seen, making him look like a demon. Tell me, who are you? How do you know my whereabouts? Zhou Xuanji asked calmly, and the sky-extinguishing sword appeared in his left hand. With two swords in hand, so what if he was in the Mahayana realm? The black-robed man stood up. My name is Zhang Quanglan, have you heard of me? Zhang Quanglan. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. He had heard of this name before, but it was not in the top 100 of the northern wilderness because he had died a long time ago. This person was a giant of the Devil Dao 10,000 years ago. At that time, the demon path was led by the Tanhua sect and the Haotian sect. The two sects fought endlessly, and in the end, the ancient Diablo won. The Haotian sect was defeated and split into two sects, Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance. Zhang Quanglan was one of the Haotian sect's demon lords. Aren't you dead? Zhou Xuanji asked with a deep voice. This person did not give him much of a sense of danger, unlike the ancient demon sovereign Zhang Quanglan. Zhang Quanglan said with a cold face, You killed so many disciples of Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance. If I didn't come out, the descendants of the Haotian sect would have died in your hand. After that, he raised his right hand. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended from the thunderclouds and gathered in his palm. Lightning wrapped around his body. At this moment, he turned into a god of lightning, standing tall between the heavens and the earth. A horrifying might swept across the heavens and earth. Zhang Quanglan, Haotian sect's thunder demon sovereign Daoya old man's expression was unsightly as he mumbled to himself, which made the others shudder in fear. Haotian sect. That was an ancient demonic sect that only existed in legends. The thunder demon sovereign was also recorded in many ancient books. In the mortal realm, it was used to scare crying children. Thunder demon sovereign. Didn't he die long ago? Su Yang asked anxiously. He began to worry for Zhou Xuanji. Jiang Shui became even more anxious. How powerful was this old demon? Is it that exaggerated? Isn't he only at the great realization stage? Ning Zifeng asked as he scratched his head. Although he knew that he could not defeat Zhang Quanglan, he felt that Zhou Xuanji would have no problem. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and Zhang Quanglan were still confronting each other. Do your Haotian sect still have many powerful cultivators who are still alive and hiding in the dark, waiting to come out again? Zhou Xuanji asked. His aura had already been raised to the peak, and it was not any weaker than Zhang Quanglan's. He did not expect the Haotian sect to hide so deeply. No wonder Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance could bury the hatchet so quickly, even though they were like fire and water. So it was all an act. You are a dead man anyway. Why do you care so much? Zhang Quanglan snorted coldly. As he spoke, he slapped toward Zhou Xuanji with his right hand. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts turned into a phoenix and clawed at Zhou Xuanji. The lightning phoenix had a wingspan of hundreds of meters. It was majestic and unparalleled. Zhou Xuanji raised the sky extinguishing sword and slashed. Sky dominating divine sword. With a flash of sword light, Zhou Xuanji destroyed the lightning phoenix with one slash. It was extremely domineering. Zhou Xuanji charged toward Zhang Quanglan. Good timing. Zhang Quanglan laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with murderous intent. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji raised the heavenly elegance star sword. The blade gave off a brilliant light that was even more dazzling than lightning. Zhang Quanglan instinctively closed his eyes. Roar! A dragon's roar exploded in his ears, and he instinctively raised his arms to block. Demonic qi wrapped around his body, which was enough to block all attack. Boom! The powerful light dissipated, and Zhou Xuanji appeared behind Zhang Quanglan, holding his sword with both hands. The heavens and earth fell silent. Pfff! Zhang Quanglan suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. His robe was torn, and blood spurted out of his body. He quickly turned around and asked with gritted teeth, "What sword was that? What was that light just now?" Zhou Xuanji's expression was calm as he replied, "Tianxiu. It blinded your eyes." "Tianxiu?" Zhang Quanglan was stunned and a little dumbfounded. Zhou Xuanji once again charged at him. This time, he did not use the heavenly elegance star sword but 10,000 ultimate steps to heavily injure Zhang Quanglan. His speed was incredibly fast, so fast that he was invisible. Zhang Quanglan's body twitched and swayed like a sandbag. Seeing that Zhang Quanglan could not retaliate at all, Xiao Jinghong, Jiang Shui, and the others were incredibly excited. Tianxiu? Such a powerful sword. In that instant, even my vision was blocked. Ning Zifeng said excitedly. He had thought that it was a sword technique. The 9 new disciples' faces were filled with admiration. Facing an ancient demon like this, Zhou Xuanji was still so powerful. How is this possible? My spirit energy, Zhang Quanglan thought to himself in shock. Every time Zhou Xuanji's sword landed on his body, it would absorb his spirit energy. Soon, more than half of his spirit energy had been absorbed. Even though they were separated by the blade, even though his cultivation was higher than Zhou Xuanji's, why? Looks like you went into seclusion for a reason. Your strength is far from your peak. Zhou Xuanji's cold laughter sounded in his ears. He still could not see Zhou Xuanji's figure, and he could only sense his life force and spirit energy quickly fading. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 245. What kind of evil technique are you practicing? Zhang Quanglan asked angrily. He was the lightning devil sovereign, yet he had fallen to such a state. How could he not be angry? But in his heart there was more sorrow. It would be difficult for the Haotian sect to make a comeback after offending such a genius. Zhou Xuanji stopped in front of him, and the sky-extinguishing sword pierced into Zhang Quanglan's chest. His spirit energy flowed madly into Zhou Xuanji's body. This feeling, Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He felt that the spirit energy in his body had reached a critical point and could break through at any moment. As expected of a Mahayana realm cultivator, this was the correct way to activate the world Buddha art. Not long after, Zhang Quanglan's body went limp. If he wasn't hanging on the sky-extinguishing sword, he might have fallen to the ground. Zhou Xuanji absorbed all of his spirit energy, and his aura grew explosively, leaving aperture realm level 10. In that instant, Zhou Xuanji felt as if the world within his body had expanded by 10 times. Spirit energy quickly flowed from his astral infant, inner pellet, and 9 orifices into his muscles and bones. Zhang Quanglan was so angry that he almost coughed up blood, but there was no more blood to spit out. I won't kill you for now. Keeping you alive will be of great use. Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly. So what if he was the ancient demon sovereign? It all depended on the present. He then returned to the group with Zhang Quanglan in tow. Everyone looked at him in worship. He was too strong. My ancestor, please accept my bow. Too domineering. Su Yang knelt down in excitement and kowtowed 3 times to Zhou Xuanji, which made the other 8 disciples speechless. Northern Sword Valiant cursed, bootlicker. Su Yang asked curiously, "What's a simp?" Northern Sword Valiant began to patiently explain to him the meaning of simps. Zhou Xuanji had Daoya Old Man seal Zhang Quanglan. Only movement was restricted, not cultivation. This won't do. Once his spiritual power recovers, it will be bad. He thought that Zhou Xuanji wanted to obtain information about the Haotian sect from Zhang Quanglan. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll look after him." Zhang Quanglan remained silent with a gloomy expression. For the sake of the Haotian sect, he had to endure. Everyone continued forward. Su Yang followed beside Zhang Quanglan, while the little black snake was on the other side. As the Thunder Demon Sovereign, how do you feel right now? Who's more powerful, Ta Tianqin or you? Why hasn't he come out in 10,000 years? Is he afraid of Xian Xianghua? Of course he's afraid. That old witch is #1 in the world. He must be scared shitless. Zhang Quanglan trembled in anger in the face of the mocking duo, but he couldn't do anything about it. Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin covered their mouths and giggled. Zhou Xuanji and Daoya Old Man walked ahead and chatted about the Haotian sect. I didn't expect Haotian sect to hide so deeply. I have a premonition that Haotian sect will rise in this war between the 2 races. After all, Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance contributed a lot to the destruction of Tanhua sect. Daoya Old Man sighed. He suddenly felt that the world was much more complicated than he had imagined. All this while, he felt that he could control fate and transcend the entire world. But today, the appearance of the ancient demons caused him to be unable to see through them. In other words, our enemies might not only be the top 100 of the northern wilderness, they might even be stronger than them. Zhou Xuanji said softly. If that was really the case, then he could no longer act recklessly and had to be cautious. Daoya Old Man sighed. Ning Zifeng walked behind them and smiled as he said, "What's so great about Haotian sect? You've never been to the Chaos Tide Sea. Tian's power is truly terrifying. He dominates the entire Chaos Tide Sea and is invincible. I even suspect that he's an immortal god that descended into the mortal realm." When mentioning Tian, his tone was filled with respect. "Tian? How is that possible? Which sea region is the Chaos Tide Sea you're talking about? Outside the northern wilderness?" Zhang Quanglan suddenly cried out, causing everyone to look over. Zhou Xuanji and the others also looked at him in confusion. Ning Zifeng harumphed and said, "That's right, the Chaos Tide Sea is far away from the northern wilderness. What do you know about Tian?" The 9 new disciples stared with wide eyes. Ning Zifeng actually came from overseas. Their breathing became ragged. This mysterious sect was truly filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. "Tian, he's a tribulation." Zhang Quanglan fell into a daze as he muttered to himself. "Every 10,000 years, he will descend and slaughter all of the possessors of monarchical violet qi." Back then, many great emperors were forced to ascend, and one of them was even listed as one of the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. The ancient Diablo's revered teacher died at Tian's hands. I've never personally seen Tian. When I was born, Tian just happened to have left. Back then, the entire world was talking about him. Speaking to there, he could not help but sigh. His time had already passed. Now he had become a prisoner, and Tian had once again descended. It was a pity that he did not even have the right to fight against Tian. Ning Zifeng blinked. So Tian was so powerful? The 9 disciples felt incredibly dazed, and they felt as if they had opened the door to a whole new world. Jiang Shui asked out of curiosity, "Before, we also encountered an outlander who caused Grand Teacher to cough up blood and faint. Could that person also be Tian?" Zhang Quanglan frowned and said, "Since ancient times I've never heard of 2 heavens appearing. It's possible that it's another person from the upper realm. After all, there have been cases of immortals descending into the mortal realm before. Wait, why should I explain it to them?" He coldly harumphed and did not say anything else. The group ignored him and began chatting with each other. Chongming Demon Monarch said that Zhou Xuanji had monarchical violet qi, which made Su Yang very excited. He said, "Grand Teacher will surely defeat Tian and shock the world." Beixiao Wangjian rolled his eyes. What a bootlicker! And so, they chatted as they moved forward. Zhang Quanglan's miserable life began. Every time he recovered half of his spirit energy, it would be absorbed by Zhou Xuanji. Once every half a month. 3 months later, Zhang Quanglan was completely exhausted. Zhou Xuanji had already recruited 25 disciples. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Songjian, and the others were the first generation of the sect, while Su Yang and the others were the second generation. All of them had outstanding talent. Overall, Zhou Xuanji was quite satisfied. 4 months later, there were 62 second-generation disciples. Some came from villages and towns, while others came from cities. The group was already quite large. All the second-generation disciples were training at the back while moving forward. The scene was majestic and imposing. Training the sword requires the heart. Don't be too concerned about the sword forms. After familiarizing yourself with the sword forms, move according to your heart. Xiao Jinghong stood in front of the second-generation disciples and said as he trained. Even Su Yang, who was usually frivolous, was very serious. Jiang Shui hugged Zhou Xuanji's arm and said with a smile, "Xuanji, how many people do you think we will have when we return?" Zhou Xuanji replied without hesitation, 1,000 should be enough. If there are too many, we will not be able to distribute the resources. To make the disciples loyal, they had to distribute cultivation resources on time, such as spirit pills, spirit stones, and enchanted artifacts. Any powerful cultivator needed a massive amount of resources to be nurtured. Jiang Shui nodded. She felt that 1,000 was more than enough. It would not make Skyfall feel deserted. Senior Sword God Zhou, I have something to ask of you. At this moment, a voice came from the mountains in the west. A lady in a white dress flew over on a black eagle. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 246. Everyone stopped and turned to look. Seeing that it was a female cultivator, Jiang Shui's smile became very subtle. What are you looking at? Let's continue practicing. Northern Sword Valiant shouted, scaring the second-generation disciples into raising their swords and continuing their practice. The female cultivator quickly came before Zhou Xuanji. She leapt off the black condor's back and knelt in front of Zhou Xuanji as she said with a trembling voice, "Senior, please save our Hanin Divine Sect. Right now, only you can save Hanin Divine Sect." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji frowned. The expressions of the others became ambiguous as they instantly thought of the number 1 beauty of Great Shang, Su Xianxian. I have no relationship with your Hanin Divine Sect. I won't save you. Zhou Xuanji rejected immediately. He did not want to be involved too much. Moreover, he truly had no relationship with the Hanin Divine Sect. He did not owe Su Xianxian anything. Compared to Su Xianxian, he cared more about Xian Xianghua. Senior, Sect Master Xian is also in the Hanin Divine Sect. It was our saintess who took her in. She is currently heavily injured, and if the Hanin divine sect is defeated, she will also face danger. The female cultivator said through gritted teeth. Tears welled up in her eyes, making her look pitiful. Xian Xianghua. Hearing this name, Zhou Xuanji looked at her again and asked, "Is this true?" The female cultivator was frightened by his gaze and nervously replied, "It's true. Lead the way." Zhou Xuanji instructed, and the others had no objections. On the other hand, the second-generation disciples were a little nervous. The female cultivator was overjoyed and quickly led the way. Everyone used sword kinesis flight. Their speed was not too fast, as some of the second-generation disciples had just learned sword kinesis flight not long ago. "There are so many people here. Should we settle them down in advance?" Jiang Shui asked Zhou Xuanji. She was worried that the second-generation disciples would drag him down. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "When the time comes, we will stop in advance. You guys take care of them, and I will go and help them alone. Zifeng will stay behind to protect you." Jiang Shui nodded lightly, then leaned her face against his back and said no more. Zhou Xiaoqi ran through the air, letting out a long whistle from time to time. He seemed very excited, causing the female cultivators to frequently turn around. "Is it really a Kirin?" The female cultivator inwardly felt quite shocked. Where had Zhou Xuanji obtained such a divine beast? Compared to their saintess green bird, it was of a much higher grade. According to her, the branch of the Hanin divine sect was 10 days away. Recently, news of Zhou Xuanji and the others recruiting disciples had spread, which was why she could find Zhou Xuanji. Under the blue sky on the grassland there was a towering city. It was protected by a layer of faint blue light, and countless corpses of both humans and demons were piled up around it. It was a ghastly sight. Tens of millions of demons surrounded the city. Some of them were as large as mountains, while others blotted out the sky. It was a scene that left people in despair. The two ninth-ranked great demons sat very close to each other on the stone chairs. One had a lion's head and was burly and domineering. The other had bull horns and was relatively fat and bloated. They were the Shurho demon sovereign and the Patian demon monarch. They were all in the northern wilderness top 100. They had come under orders to kill Xian Xianghua, but they had never expected that they would be stopped by the Hanin divine sect. Such an ancient formation actually fell into the hands of such a small sect. However, they won't be able to hold on for long. The lion's roar demon venerable spoke with a dignified voice. His eyes flickered with a cold light. Patian demon monarch nodded and said with a smile, "As long as we capture Xian Xianghua, we will have made a great contribution." The two demons looked at each other and smiled happily. The surrounding demons prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to interrupt. On the city walls, the cultivators of the Hanin divine sect watched nervously. Most of them were female cultivators. The majority of the Hanin divine sect were women, and even the sect leader was a woman. Su Xianxian and her master Zhang Lanya were also standing on the city wall. "Sai, are we really going to die here?" Zhang Lanya sighed, her face showing unwillingness. Currently, all the human organizations were in a difficult situation. The Holy Lands had their attention on dynasty, so how could they care about second-rate organizations like theirs? "Master, should we hand over Xian Xianghua?" a female cultivator asked, her eyes flashing. Su Xianxian subconsciously frowned. Zhang Lanya glared at the female cultivator and scolded, "Do you have a brain? Hand over Xian Xianghua, and we will die even more miserably." With Xian Xianghua around, they could still count on the Tanhua sect and Zhou Xuanji for help. If not for Xian Xianghua, the demonic beast army would not have let the matter rest, and they would not have any helpers. The female cultivator felt awkward and quickly lowered her head. At the same time, in the city, inside a palace, Xian Xianghua sat on a chair with a teacup in her hand. A dignified and noble lady sat on the main seat. She wore a black dress and had a cold and elegant face. She was the sect lord of the Hanin divine sect, Nanrun. Senior Xian, the demons don't seem to want to kill you and only want to capture you? Nanrun asked curiously. Otherwise, with Shurho demon sovereign and Patian demon monarch's abilities, they could have razed this city to the ground by force. However, they were evidently afraid of accidentally killing Xian Xianghua, so they had been waiting for the formation to be deactivated. Don't worry. We will be saved. Xian Xianghua lightly lifted her veil and began drinking tea. She did not sense any danger at all. Seeing this, Nanrun calmed down. Other than trusting Xian Xianghua, she had no other choice. On the peak of the mountain, Zhou Xuanji and the others stopped. The female cultivator pointed ahead and said, "Our divine sect is just ahead." In front of them was a boundless grassland. At the end of the horizon, they could vaguely see the silhouettes of some giant birds circling in the air. Zhou Xuanji said, "All of you wait here." Everyone nodded. They all knew their limits. Su Yang waved his fist and said, "Grand Teacher, destroy them." Zhou Xuanji ignored him and looked at Daoya Old Man. Will the heavenly tribulation move with the person undergoing the tribulation? Facing his question, Daoya Old Man narrowed his eyes and said, "For most people, it's impossible. However, you have great fate and monarchical violet chi. The heavenly tribulation will not let you off so easily. Simply put, you can do it." Zhou Xuanji gave a slight smile before raising his right hand. Zhang Quanglan was sucked over. He grabbed Zhang Quanglan's neck and began to absorb his spirit energy. Zhang Quanglan, who had become a bag of bones, was convulsing all over, making the others tremble in fear. Soon, Zhou Xuanji put him down before leaping up and rushing towards the end of the grassland. "There are 2 9th-rank great demons over there. They're even more powerful than Fenyu Dragon King," Ning Zifeng said with a serious expression. There was a trace of excitement in his eyes. He also wanted to participate in the battle, but Zhou Xuanji had orders, so he could only hold it in. The Wind Cutter sword appeared beneath Zhou Xuanji's feet, and numerous legendary swords appeared behind him. He held the right, wrong, and justice sword in his left hand and the sky extinguishing sword in his right. Dozens of legendary swords followed closely behind him. The scene was majestic, and the 65 second-generation disciples felt their blood boiling. So many swords. The rumors are true. Grand Teacher is going to get serious. I'm looking forward to it. So many swords, how do we control them? Did you hear that? There are 2 9th-rank great demons ahead. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 247. Swish. Swish. Swish, dozens of legendary swords flew together, and the sound of the air being torn continuously sounded out, causing the demons on the grassy plains to look over. Shurho Demon Sovereign and Patian Demon Monarch also looked over. What powerful sword chi! Patian Demon Monarch said in surprise. He did not feel any fear and instead looked quite interested. Who would dare to come at such a crucial time? No matter who it was, if they ran into them, they would die. The cultivators on the massive city also noticed Zhou Xuanji's arrival. Seeing so many swords flying over, they quickly guessed the identity of the newcomer. It's Zhou Xuanji, the number 1 genius on the Northern Wilderness Genius ranking, Zhou Xuanji. It's definitely him. His wife Xian Xianghua is in our sect. Looks like we're saved. The enemy has 2 9th-rank great demons. Can Zhou Xuanji deal with them? When has Zhou Xuanji ever lost? The Hanin divine sect's cultivators all felt incredibly excited. Su Xianxian felt quite startled. She had never thought that Zhou Xuanji would really come. She had only sent her female disciples to search for Zhou Xuanji because she held onto a trace of hope. After all, the world was so big, and it would be too difficult to find Zhou Xuanji. As for Xian Xianghua, she said that she did not know where Zhou Xuanji was. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to either retreat or die. Zhou Xuanji's cold voice sounded out, and a wave of killing intent swept through the grassy plains like an icy gale, causing the millions of demons to shiver. Patian demon monarch said mockingly, "Unparalleled way of the sword in the northern wilderness, not inferior to the ancient sword emperors. Your Zhou Xuanji? The number one genius of the human race. He was on the demon race's must-kill list." The sovereign of the demon race had personally said that if he met this boy, he would immediately kill him. The two ninth-ranked great demons slowly got up, and two heaven-soaring killing intent exploded out. The 10 million demon army looked incredibly savage as they stared at Zhou Xuanji. "He's Zhou Xuanji? His meat must be very delicious. I want to eat his leg. Be careful, he's very powerful. This boy is the youngest person to enter the Northern Wilderness top 100. Perhaps eating his meat can increase our bloodline talent. Replenish wherever we eat." The demons laughed wantonly and did not take Zhou Xuanji seriously at all. After all, there were two ninth-ranked great demons, so there was no reason for them to be afraid. Facing such a scene, most people would feel despair and feel fear. Instead, Zhou Xuanji smiled. "If that was the case, then we'll kill them all. Heavens, help me!" With a loud cry, Zhou Xuanji's aura exploded out. He charged toward the demon army with his sword without hesitation. There was a loud bang. Sword Qi soared into the sky as he transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon that roared. Thunderclouds suddenly gathered and rolled over. The entire grassland darkened. Seeing the 5-clawed golden dragon, everyone was in an uproar, their eyes wide open. What is this? The 5-clawed golden dragon charged into the demon army with dozens of divine swords. Rumble, one demon after another was overturned by the 5-clawed golden dragon. The ground collapsed, sending grass and mud flying in an unstoppable manner. Impossible! How can he transform into a dragon? He's not human? Dragon God! Oh my God! Run! What are you running for? Attack together! Kill him! So what if it's a dragon? Tear him to shreds just the same. After a short moment of terror, the demons all leapt at Zhou Xuanji, looking like a swarm of ants climbing onto an elephant. The scene was incredibly majestic. Zhou Xuanji's body could reach the point where Sword Qi soared into the sky. Every pore on his body gave off Sword Qi, turning the demons on his body into mincemeat. Blood sprayed into the sky. Shihou Demon Sovereign and Patian Demon Monarch were stunned. Could Zhou Xuanji be the reincarnation of a true dragon? The Hanin divine sex cultivators were completely dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. Su Xianxuan's beautiful eyes widened, unable to believe her eyes. Even Zhang Quanglan and the others in the distance were given a big fright. The second-generation disciples all cried out, especially Su Yang, who was so excited that it was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He was simply too domineering. The instant Zhou Xuanji had turned into a dragon, he had given them a massive visual impact, shaking their hearts. "Although it's not the first time I've seen him, he's really handsome," Jiang Shui said with an infatuated look on her face. Charging into millions of enemies alone, arrogant and unbridled, this was her man. At the same time, the two ninth-ranked great demons took out their weapons and prepared to attack. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly descended, hitting the 5-clawed golden dragon and turning hundreds of demons into dust. The heavenly tribulation had arrived. Lightning madly descended, causing Zhou Xuanji to continuously howl in pain. Dragon roars continuously sounded out, causing the Hanin divine sex cultivators to feel as if they were deaf. Heavenly tribulation. This boy is using us for his tribulation. Shihou Demon Sovereign furiously roared. He did not retreat and instead advanced, slashing out with his saber. Saber Qi shot out. It was hundreds of meters long and killed many demons along the way. It slammed into the 5-clawed golden dragon and slashed it in half at the waist. There was no dragon blood, and only the sword Qi dissipated. Zhou Xuanji held his two swords and stood on the wind cutter sword as he used the 8-step sword lunge. He traveled 1,000 meters with each step and came before Shurho Demon Sovereign. Tri-source Veins Severing Sword. The sky extinguishing sword slashed out, and countless traces of sword chi locked onto Shurho Demon Sovereign. This fellow did not dodge and used his arms to block, using his body to take the sword chi head-on. He was not injured at all. He grinned, giving a terrifying smile as he said, "Stinking brat, do you think that with the help of the heavenly tribulation, you can do whatever you want? You want to save your wife? Keep dreaming." He stretched out his arms and his demonic chi erupted like a volcano, rushing into the sky and turning into intense flames that covered his body. The grassy plains below could not withstand the might and directly collapsed, as if the apocalypse had arrived. He raised his saber and slashed out, using brute force to defeat everything. The God Emperor Sword, White Dragonbone Sword, Phoenix Emperor Sword, and Holy Light Redemption Sword crisscrossed and blocked, but they were sent flying by his saber. However, his saber hilt also trembled. He slightly frowned but did not say anything and continued to attack Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji smirked. The power of these two legendary swords allowed him to fight against great realization experts. His body blurred and he once again used the ancestral dragon sword, turning into a 5-clawed golden dragon, and slammed out. Bang! Shurho Demon Sovereign used his saber to block the dragon's mouth, but the 5-clawed golden dragon's power was simply too terrifying, and it forced him to the ground. He slid backwards and sent up 2 waves of dust. Demons were sent flying, and some were instantly crushed, dying incredibly pitiful death. Boom! Patian Demon Monarch suddenly rushed over from the side, sending the 5-clawed golden dragon flying. Shurho Demon Sovereign stumbled and stabbed his saber into the ground, stabilizing himself. "Aren't you crazy?" Patian Demon Monarch's fists were wrapped in blood-colored iron rings as he rained blows on the 5-clawed golden dragon's body. Although the 5-clawed golden dragon was an ancestral dragon, its cultivation level was too low, so it was unable to retaliate. The Patian Demon Monarch was not affected even though the heavenly lightning struck him continuously. Zhou Xuanji dispelled the ancestor dragon form, and the instant he landed, he twisted his right leg and used 10,000 ultimate steps, his body shooting like an arrow. Poochie! The Patian Demon Monarch's right arm was directly chopped off, and blood splattered all over the ground. He didn't even frown as he turned around and threw a punch. This punch was absolutely domineering. Zhou Xuanji could only feel the wind from the punch coming at him. He instinctively blocked with his swords, but he was still sent flying. This fellow is so strong. It's even stronger than the lion from before. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart and his eyes turned fierce. Calm. Wonderful bookstore calm. Chapter 248. Patian Demon Monarch's right shoulder trembled and his right arm grew back, as if he had never lost an arm. He savagely laughed as he looked at Zhou Xuanji, as if he was looking at prey. Shurho Demon Sovereign also came behind Zhou Xuanji, and the 2 demons surrounded him from the front and back. The other demons flooded over, and there were even many flying demons circling in the air. Boom! 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 Bolts of lightning continuously blasted down, landing on Zhou Xuanji's body. His rui purple cloud robe continuously trembled, and it seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Zhou Xuanji twisted his neck as the lightning tempered his body. The pain was indescribable. However, he had to endure it. Once he broke through to the spirit refinement stage, the demons around him would not be much of a threat. Stinking brat, just who are you? Challenging us with astral projection cultivation is not something that can be explained by talent. Patian Demon Monarch looked at Zhou Xuanji as he asked. All of the demons looked at him like tigers watching their prey, their eyes filled with wariness. This fellow was simply too terrifying. True dragons were existences that countered all demons in the world. A long time ago, all creatures revered the dragon race as gods, and the suppression of their bloodlines caused their souls to tremble. Who am I? Zhou Xuanji tilted his head and smiled as he asked, his expression incredibly cold. Divine lightning continuously blasted down on his body, but he did not move at all. However, all of the Hanin divine sex cultivators felt incredibly worried for him. Could Zhou Xuanji win in such a situation? It seemed that he could not even deal with a 9th-rank great demon. Revered teacher, let's act. Su Xianxian lightly bit her lip as she said to Zhang Lanya. Zhang Lanya shook her head and said, with the heavenly tribulation here, if we rashly join in, we will only suffer more casualties. Moreover, we don't know if there are other great demons lurking around. She did not dare to take the risk. Let him fight by himself. Xian Xianghua's voice suddenly sounded out as she and Nan Ruyun appeared behind them. Su Xianxian and Zhang Lanya hurriedly half-knelt and paid their respects to the two of them. Xian Xianghua's gaze turned towards the battlefield. She only had Zhou Xuanji in her eyes. What is it? Why don't you tell me? Shurho Demon Venerable cursed. His roar resounded throughout the world, causing the rubble in the ruins to tremble. Patian Demon Monarch raised his fists and prepared to attack. In their eyes, Zhou Xuanji was already a dead man, so they wanted to find out who this fellow was. If Zhou Xuanji's identity was special and would attract a lot of trouble, they had to make preparations in advance. The lightning became more and more ferocious, as if it would not stop until Zhou Xuanji was smashed into smithereens. Zhou Xuanji looked up at Patian Demon Monarch and smirked. I am the Sword Emperor of this era. He laughed loudly. All of the divine swords descended from the sky like torrential rain, piercing into the earth and surrounding him in several circles. Bang! A terrifying impact swept across the ground, forcing Patian Demon Monarch and Shurho Demon Lord to slide backwards, while the other demons were sent flying. Screams filled the air, interweaving with the sound of thunder. Zhou Xuanji directly used the 10,000 Sword Dragon incantation, and all of his legendary swords were surrounded by dragon-shaped sword chi. 10,000 everlasting steps. He held the two swords in his hands and turned into a streak of rainbow light that pierced through the Patian Demonic Monarch. Patian Demon Monarch's eyes widened, and he subconsciously looked at his chest. A bloody hole had appeared on his chest, and one could vaguely see his white bones. My demonic energy! He mumbled to himself, his tone filled with shock. That sword had absorbed a lot of his demonic energy, which made his hairs stand on end. At that moment, Shurho Demon Lord leaped over his head and slashed down with his saber. Zhou Xuanji bent his legs and used the 8-step sword lunge, dodging this strike. Rumble, as this saber slashed down, saber chi swept out for thousands of meters, creating a massive canyon that was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Patian Demon Monarch came back to his senses and continued to charge at Zhou Xuanji. This time, he was much more cautious to avoid having his demonic energy absorbed by Zhou Xuanji. With 2 9th-rank demonic energies, Zhou Xuanji's strength was not enough, so he could only rely on his speed. He continuously used the 8-step sword lunge and 10,000 ultimate steps, and with the help of dozens of legendary swords, he was evenly matched with the two demons. The other demons surrounded them and did not dare to rush up, but they did not dare to retreat either. In the distance, Jiang Shui's heart was burning with anxiety, and Xiao Jinghong and the others were also extremely anxious. Daoya Old Man's expression was serious as he said softly, "They've become stronger." Shurho Demon Lord and Patian Demon Monarch were both in the Northern Wilderness top 100. It was more than twice as powerful as what he had seen before. Ning Zifeng gripped his sword and asked in a deep voice, "Do you need my support?" The second-generation disciples didn't dare to make a sound. Their foreheads were dripping with cold sweat. Although they couldn't see the battle in the distance, the sounds of explosions and thunder were shocking to their eyes. It was hard to imagine how Zhou Xuanji withstood such an attack. Trust him. Daoya old man raised his hand and said. He also had Zhang Lanya's concerns. What if there were still great demons hiding? He could only wait for Zhou Xuanji to break through. He believed that as long as Zhou Xuanji successfully broke through, he would be able to turn the situation around. A look of anticipation appeared on Zhang Quanglan's face. He hoped that the demon race could kill Zhou Xuanji. Boom! 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 Bolts of lightning struck down one after another, faster and faster. Towards the end, 3 bolts of lightning would strike down in 1 second. Countless demons were turned into ashes, and Zhou Xuanji weaved through the demon army with his legendary sword. Patian Demon Monarch and Shurho Demon Monarch chased after him relentlessly. Unfortunately, Patian Demon Monarch's movement technique was mysterious, making it difficult to catch him. Get out of the way! Shurho Demon Monarch furiously cursed. These dogs could not do anything at all. Were they not afraid of death? The demons were so frightened that they all retreated. In actuality, they had long since wanted to retreat, but without the 2 demons' orders, who dared to do so? At the same time, Zhou Xuanji felt the spirit energy in his body rapidly increase. His astral spirit was going through a transformation. He was about to break through to the spirit refinement stage. Heaven's jealousy must be killed. At that moment, a majestic roar sounded out from the sky, causing all humans and demons to look up in shock. Thunderclouds parted, and a majestic divine figure formed from lightning appeared. Looking at its silhouette, it was a war god holding a halberd. He looked down at the world, and his eyes gave off 2 powerful rays of light that were as dazzling as the sun. War god evil-slaying tribulation. Patian Demon Monarch cried out and hurriedly retreated, distancing himself from Zhou Xuanji. Shurho Demon Monarch was also given a big fright and also retreated. Zhou Xuanji looked up and tightly frowned. Facing the lightning war god, he could sense the aura of death. War god evil-slaying tribulation. This boy, Xian Xianghua frowned, a look of worry in her eyes. Zhang Lanya and Nan Riyun were dumbfounded, looking shocked. Far away. How can it be? Daoya old man cried out in shock. Oh no. The others were shocked. The lightning war god looked like an invincible being. The mighty heavenly might made everyone want to kneel and worship him. War god evil-slaying tribulation. This is an ascension tribulation. Ning Zifeng stared fixedly at the lightning war god and mumbled with gritted teeth. His words made Jiang Shui's face pale. Ascension tribulation. Since ancient times, many powerhouses had died during the Ascension Tribulation. Moreover, Zhou Xuanji only had astral projection cultivation. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 249. Heaven's Jealousy. He must be killed. The lightning war god said as he looked at Zhou Xuanji. After speaking, 2 bolts of lightning shot out from his eyes. It was as powerful as a gale. Just when Zhou Xuanji wanted to dodge, he was struck by 2 bolts of lightning, and his body stiffened instantly. The rui-purple cloud robe was torn apart, and charred blood oozed out from the hole, splattering all over the ground. Ouch! The pain was like having one's body torn to pieces. It was as if thousands of insects were biting his body. In that instant, Zhou Xuanji almost fainted. Along the way, he had experienced a lot of pain, and his heart was like a boulder. He gritted his teeth and endured. His shoulders shook, and his entire body turned into a dazzling golden color. Invincible Vajra body. He rarely entered this state. Firstly, there was no need to do so. Secondly, it consumed too much energy. Now, he had no choice but to use the invincible Vajra body to withstand the lightning strike. At this moment, the Thunder War God suddenly stepped out and descended from the clouds. All the humans and demons were extremely nervous. Could it be that he was really an immortal god? The Patian demon monarch and the Shurho demon venerable were so frightened that they fled in panic. The other demons also scattered like the tide. Xian Xianghua flew out of the spell formation and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Upon seeing her, the eyes of the two ninth-ranked great demons lit up. However, they didn't dare to advance rashly because the lightning war god had already descended. "Don't come any closer," Zhou Xuanji roared as he stared at the lightning war god walking towards him. He wanted to transcend his heavenly tribulation by himself. Xian Xianghua stopped in her tracks and looked at him with a frown, her eyes filled with worry. Given how fearsome the ascension ordeal was, how could a mere leaving aperture realm cultivator like him possibly overcome it? Heaven's envy? Very good, I like this word very much. Zhou Xuanji smiled as he mumbled to himself. His existence had already made the heavenly Tao jealous. One by one, the divine swords rushed toward the war god of lightning, surrounding him and getting into formation. 100-star sky obscuring formation. Countless sword chi whizzed out of the divine swords and attacked the thunder war god in a frenzy. Soon, the thunder war god's figure was engulfed by the sword aura. The scene was spectacular, and countless humans and demons were dumbfounded. This is sword array. How could a single person create such a powerful sword formation? This guy, Shurho demon venerable, gritted his teeth, his face full of fear. If Zhou Xuanji was allowed to live, he would become a great threat to the demon race. Cries of surprise sounded out from within the Hanin divine sect. Sword formation. What a domineering sword formation! In the current world, Zhou Xuanji is already the number one in the way of the sword, right? That's only natural. I reckon that only the hegemon sword sect master can compare to him. It's too strong. If I was in this formation, I would definitely be reduced to ashes. However, that is the tribulation of ascension. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to overcome. The cultivators discussed nervously. After all, this concerned their life and death. If Zhou Xuanji died, they would not live either. At this moment, the Thunder War God suddenly stepped out of the 100-star sky-covering sword formation. Countless sword chi surrounded him, unable to stop him at all. There was a loud bang. The 100-star sky obscuring sword formation was broken. Dozens of divine swords were shaken off and flew out. The lightning war god continued to walk towards Zhou Xuanji. He took a deep breath and looked down at the sky extinguishing sword and the right, wrong and justice sword in his hand. Looks like we can only fight, he muttered to himself as the spiritual energy in his body burst out. The Tianxia map provided him with an endless supply of spiritual power, allowing him to fight with all his might. The heavenly lightning continued to strike down on his body, making him stronger and stronger. He bent his right leg and leaped up. The ruins that he was in before collapsed, causing the grassland to tremble. With the support of the heavenly soul legendary sword, Zhou Xuanji's aura grew tremendously. He activated the sword will of the sky-dominating divine sword straightaway and turned into a ray of sword light as he charged forward. Clang! The lightning war god slashed with his halberd, which collided with the sky-extinguishing sword. The two extremely powerful forces clashed, and the impact numbed Zhou Xuanji's right arm. On the other hand, the lightning war god did not even tremble at all. Heaven is jealous. Must die. The lightning war god spoke again. His voice was majestic, like a god warning the world. After that, he pressed down with his arms and sent Zhou Xuanji flying down. Numerous swords gathered and stacked together, forming a sword net that stopped Zhou Xuanji's falling body. Just when he steadied himself, the lightning war god swooped down and stepped on his body. Boom! The lightning war god crashed into the ground like a meteor, and Zhou Xuanji, who was beneath him, was covered in dust. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Seeing this, cold sweat covered Xian Xianghua's forehead. With how powerful the lightning war god was, Zhou Xuanji had almost no hope of winning. However, she was heavily injured. Even if she helped, she could not save Zhou Xuanji. In the distance, Jiang Shui anxiously asked Daoya Old Man, "Grandmaster, is there really no other way?" She did not want to see Zhou Xuanji die and suffer so much pain. Her heart was about to break. "There's nothing we can do. Even if we all attack together, we won't be able to save him. The heavenly tribulation arose because of him. The war god evil-slaying tribulation has already locked onto him." Daoya Old Man shook his head and sighed. But what was the use of being anxious? Hearing this, Jiang Shui immediately wanted to rush over, but Huang Lianxin hurriedly pulled her back. "Believe in Master, he will definitely succeed." That was all Huang Lianxin could do to comfort her. "Ah, he's dead meat." The Patian demon monarch was extremely excited. As expected of the Ascension tribulation, it was too domineering. The lion's roar demon sovereign was equally excited. This kid was going to die a premature death. Right at this moment, countless bolts of lightning appeared under the lightning war god's feet, writhing like millions of venomous snakes. A horrifying aura exploded from the lightning war god's feet. Heavenly lightning? Very good. Zhou Xuanji's cold voice sounded throughout the heavens and earth. Following this, the lightning war god slowly got up. Zhou Xuanji lifted the lightning war god's feet with his left hand. At this moment, his right hand was no longer holding the sky-extinguishing sword. It was the thunderclap's sword. This sword contained the power of heavenly lightning, and it could also absorb heavenly lightning to strengthen itself. Not only this, but Zhou Xuanji was also using world internalization to absorb the lightning war god's power. Both he and the thunderclap sword were quickly becoming more powerful. Heaven's jealousy. The lightning war god spoke again, but before he could finish speaking, his body suddenly shrunk and entered Zhou Xuanji's left hand. Although the Tianxia map was in his right palm, it could absorb spirit energy from all parts of his body. He directly absorbed the lightning war god. Boom! A shock wave that could be seen with the naked eye exploded out from his body. It expanded in a circular manner and swept out in all directions, sweeping up clouds of dust. Patian demon monarch and Shurho demon sovereign were so frightened that they leaped up immediately. Countless demons were turned into ashes by this shockwave. Spirit refinement stage. Zhou Xuanji had forcefully broken through. Lightning wrapped around his body, and his golden body was covered with flashes of lightning. His eyes became a silver lightning color, and his pupils could no longer be seen. At that moment, the extreme pain almost caused Zhou Xuanji to collapse, but his willpower was still hanging on. As long as he could endure this, he would soar into the sky. Buzz! The thunderclap sword violently trembled, and the blade lit up with lightning. At a glance, it looked like a sword of light. It was helping Zhou Xuanji absorb the power of heavenly lightning. "I don't believe it." Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and roared. His voice was even louder than thunder and muffled. He began to circulate the world Buddha art. Com. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 250. Spirit Refinement Realm. Tempering the Essence Soul. Heavenly lightning surrounded Zhou Xuanji's body, and he fell into a mysterious state. With the lightning golden body, he was like an indomitable god of thunder, standing proudly on the battlefield and allowing the heavenly lightning to continuously strike him. Dozens of divine swords circled around him, creating a gust of wind. The thunderclouds were still surging, and there was an oppressive feeling that the sky was about to collapse. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji's comprehension of world reincarnation increased greatly. Lightning entered his body, turned into his power, and was then struck out by him, dissipating into the world and returning to nature. Wasn't this a type of reincarnation? Detected that the sword owner has reached the spirit refinement realm. Gacha begins. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Heavenly Soul. Ancient God Sword, Gold, Evil Green Sword, Tyrant Tharch Ring. The sword spirit's voice suddenly sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Heavenly Soul Divine Sword. This was the second Heavenly Soul Divine Sword he had obtained. However, he could not care about the Divine Sword for the time being. He focused on the tribulation. His aura rose steadily, causing all the demons and cultivators to be moved. Xian Xianghua's furrowed brows relaxed, and her eyes smiled beautifully. In the distance, "Ah! I knew Grandmaster could do it!" Su Yang was so excited that he jumped on the spot, as if he was the one who passed the tribulation and not Zhou Xuanji. Jiang Shui cried tears of joy. She put her palms together in front of her chest and prayed for Zhou Xuanji. Daoya Old Man and Ning Zifeng were in disbelief. That was the tribulation of ascension. The others cheered excitedly. On the Hanin Divine Sect's side, cheers shook the heavens. Everyone was shouting Zhou Xuanji's name. At that moment, in their hearts, Zhou Xuanji was the Sword Emperor of the present age. The way he transcended the tribulation was simply too domineering. He directly absorbed the Thunder War God. Ridiculous! Su Xianxian stood on the city wall, smiling like a flower. Nan Ruoyun and Zhang Lanya exchanged a glance. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. This kid had even passed the tribulation of ascension, so wouldn't he definitely be able to ascend in the future? Too strong. From today onwards, Zhou Xuanji is my target. I suddenly want to learn swordsmanship. Too domineering. This is the heroic spirit of a man, daring to go against the heavens. I have a premonition that he will stand shoulder to shoulder with the 9 emperors of the Sword Dao, or even surpass them. 1,000 years later, he will definitely be the strongest in the world. The cultivators discussed animatedly. At this moment, they couldn't care less about the difference between sects and expressed their excitement. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji felt unprecedentedly powerful, as if everything in the world had become so insignificant. He was like a god, looking down on the common people. Gradually, he discovered that he could actually control the power of heavenly lightning. Once he activated the invincible Vajra body, the lightning would follow. At that time, who would dare to approach him? He subconsciously looked at the thunderclap sword and asked in his heart, after absorbing so much lightning, is it time for it to level up? That's right. When the heavenly tribulation dissipates, the supreme legendary sword system will level it up. The sword spirit replied quickly, causing him to narrow his eyes. Does this mean that I can rely on the thunderclap sword every time I undergo a tribulation in the future? In theory, as long as the power of the heavenly lightning doesn't exceed the limits of the thunderclap sword, it's fine. Zhou Xuanji heard him and burst out laughing. It felt so good. From now on, wouldn't he be unafraid of heavenly tribulations? He could even help his teammates transcend their tribulations. By helping others transcend their tribulations, he could also let the thunderclap sword absorb the power of heavenly lightning to level up. It was the best of both worlds. At the thought of this, he felt even more exhilarated. Swoosh! An air-piercing sound came. A massive saber came charging at him with extreme speed. Zhou Xuanji moved instantly. His body turned into countless afterimages, and he slashed with his sword in a dazzling manner. Clang! The sky-extinguishing sword cut the massive saber in half, and sparks flew everywhere. Shirho Demon Sovereign's expression changed drastically. That was his treasured saber. It broke just like that? Zhou Xuanji charged toward him suddenly. His speed was much faster than before. 10,000 ultimate steps. Pshhhhh. Before Shirho Demon Sovereign could react, he was decapitated, and blood spurted into the sky. Zhou Xuanji appeared behind him and stabbed the thunderclap sword into his back. At the same time, he activated world internalization to absorb his demonic energy. Soon, Shirho Demon Sovereign's body went limp and fell to the ground. His astral spirit floated out of his body and looked at Zhou Xuanji in terror. He immediately turned to flee. He knew that he could no longer stand up to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji tossed out the thunderclap sword. Ranged sword propelling. He quickly raised his right hand and the Tianxia map exploded out with a suction force, sucking Shihou Demon Sovereign's astral spirit into his palm. He did not hesitate. With a thought, the Tianxia map destroyed Shihou Demon Sovereign's astral spirit. In front of him, a 9th-rank great demon had died without being able to retaliate at all. The heavens and earth fell silent. He bent down and took off Shihou Demon Sovereign's storage ring, and the divine lightning descended on his body. However, the divine lightning could no longer harm him. Patian Demon Monarch and all of the demons were dumbfounded. The Hanin Divine Sex people were also dumbfounded. Wasn't this a bit too absurd? Zhou Xuanji's performance before and after the tribulation was like a completely different person. He slowly turned and looked at Patian Demon Monarch as he said, "Tell Jihuang Demon Lord that he harmed my woman. I will personally deal with him." "Oh, you won't have the chance to tell him." After saying this, he turned into a ray of lightning and rushed towards Patian Demon Monarch. Roar! Ancestral Dragon Sword. He turned into a 5-clawed golden dragon, and his body was surrounded by divine lightning, giving off an unstoppable aura. Patian Demon Monarch's expression fell, and he immediately turned to flee. It was a pity that he was much slower than Zhou Xuanji. Boom! The 5-clawed golden dragon slammed into Patian Demon Monarch's back, and the terrifying power and the divine lightning caused his body to explode. He charged forwards and crashed into the massive city's barrier of light, shattering it. Just as he was about to crash into the city walls, the 5-clawed golden dragon turned into his original form. Starlight filled the sky as it descended and fell on his body. The cultivators on the city walls all looked at him in shock. They would never forget this scene. He looked up and saw that the thunderclouds were starting to dissipate. Traces of sunlight shone down from the gaps in the clouds, illuminating the ground. In the distance, the demon army hurriedly ran in fear, afraid that Zhou Xuanji would find them. Thus, the battle ended. Zhou Xuanji had turned the tide of the battle by himself. He waited where he was and had the sword spirit release the information about the two swords. Sword name: Ancient God Sword Grade. Heavenly Soul description: contains the remnant souls of 9 ancient powerhouses. Every 3 years, 1 soul's power will be released. When all 9 souls are released, this sword's might will be completely awakened. Sword name: Evil Green Sword Grade. Gold description: legends say that there are 7 colored swords in the evil abyss. Each color represents a type of desire, and green represents sorrow. If all 7 colored swords are gathered, they will fuse into an ancient demonic sword. 9 ancient powerhouses? Zhou Xuanji blinked. Were they the 9 ancient powerhouses of the northern wilderness, or were they created by the supreme legendary sword system? And the evil green sword. There were other colors? 7 colors fused together to form an ancient demonic sword? Green represented sorrow. Zhou Xuanji's thoughts ran wild. Just as he was thinking, Xian Xianghua walked in front of him and smiled as she said, "Little husband, you're quite awe-inspiring. After today, you'll most likely be able to rank in the top 50 of the Northern Wilderness top 100. Com. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 251. Only the top 50? Zhou Xuanji took out a white shirt and asked as he put it on. The heavenly lightning on his body dissipated, and the golden surface of his body returned to normal, revealing his fair skin. He killed 2 9th-stage great demons and was only ranked in the top 50? Zhou Xuanji felt quite dissatisfied. Now that he had another Heavenly Soul legendary sword, his battle power would definitely double, and he could become even more powerful. After reaching the spirit refinement realm, even if he absorbed the demonic energy of the 2 9th-order great demons, he still wouldn't be able to break through. How strange. Perhaps this was the drawback of having abnormal strength. The amount of spiritual power required to break through each level was far greater than that of others of the same level. It's already very exaggerated. When I was your age, I was still looking up to the inner pellet realm. Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes at him, but her beautiful eyes were filled with splendor. The kid in front of him had the aura of a powerhouse. Thinking back to the first time they met, things were really different now. Oh, is your talent that bad? Zhou Xuanji asked mockingly as he looked into the distance. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Ning Zifeng, Zhao Tsongjian, and the others were flying over with the second-generation disciples. Their faces were filled with excitement. That battle just now was too hot-blooded. Especially for the second-generation disciples, they even had the urge to sacrifice their lives for Zhou Xuanji and go through fire and water. This kind of expert was worth following for a lifetime. Nan Ruyun descended with a group of elders and attendants of the Hanin divine sect. They bowed in unison and said, "Thank you for your help, senior." In the cultivation world, the strong were revered. Zhou Xuanji was more powerful than them, so he was their senior. Su Xianxian stood behind them and looked at Zhou Xuanji passionately. She did not go up to greet him. After all, the gap between them was too big. Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly and continued to wait for Jiang Shui and the others. "What is the Tyrant Tharch ring?" he asked curiously. He had always been interested in the equipment in the Supreme Legendary Sword system. A ring that can strengthen the pressure of an emperor, and it can also store spiritual energy to create a layer of defensive barrier. When it encounters a fatal injury, it will automatically activate and cause a backlash. Zhou Xuanji heard him, and his eyes brightened. What a treasure! Seeing that he didn't say anything, Nan Ruyun and the others didn't dare to say anything either. They just waited quietly. Xian Xianghua stared at his face and sank into deep thought. No one knew what she was thinking about. After a while, Jiang Shui and the others came. They surrounded Zhou Xuanji and asked him questions. Zhou Xuanji smiled as he replied. His attitude towards the Hanin divine sect was completely different. "Senior Zhou, why don't you come into the city and let our Hanin divine sect thank you?" Nan Ruyun asked as she cupped her fists. She was convinced by Zhou Xuanji's power, so she naturally wanted to rope him in. She glanced at Su Xianxian from the corner of her eyes, and a plan formed in her mind. Zhou Xuanji nodded and led the group into the city. After breaking through, he needed time to consolidate his cultivation. In this battle, Zhou Xuanji charged into an army of millions of demons alone, transcended the tribulation of ascension, and slew 2 9th-rank great demons. This would surely shake the entire northern wilderness region. Ever since the war between the two races began, the human race had never achieved such a result. It wasn't that the human race didn't have any mighty figures, but that whenever a mighty figure made a move, the demon race would send an equally powerful being to defend against it. In less than 3 days, this news spread throughout the northern wilderness region, causing countless people to be in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji reached spirit refinement. He even passed the tribulation of ascension. Doesn't that mean he will definitely ascend in the future? Who said that Zhou Xuanji is an evil cultivator? That's too domineering. He broke through during a battle? I heard that Zhou Xuanji fought for Xian Xianghua, and he even said that he would make Jihuang Demon Lord pay. So, he did it to save the damsel in distress? Tui, it should be an accomplice. He's too powerful. The human race needs to be saved by a genius like him. Among the 7 empires and various factions, there were many such discussions. The human race was divided into 2 camps. One camp was crazy for Zhou Xuanji and hoped that he would save the human race. The other camp looked down on Zhou Xuanji and thought that he had no sense of shame and was willing to risk everything for Xian Xianghua. Zhou Xuanji could not hear these voices for now. Even if he could, he would not care. At this moment, he was caressing the ancient god's sword in his house. The ancient god's sword was 1.5 meters long. The blade was thick and broad, and it was silvery white in color. The hilt was engraved with dragon patterns, and the two ends of the crossguard were shaped like dragon claws. There was a bright blue gem in the center, and the tip of the hilt was like a crown. With this sword in hand, he could sense a boundless domineering aura. It was like an emperor above all swords, high and mighty. The ancient god's sword was very heavy, and according to his estimations, it should be 50,000 kilograms. For the current him, holding the ancient god's sword did not take much effort at all. Sword spirit, where do the souls in the ancient god's sword come from? Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity. He had just tested it. The first ancient soul was called Emperor Hanlin. He did not know how strong it was. When he used Emperor Hanlin's possession, his power would greatly increase, and its effects would not be any weaker than the sky-extinguishing sword. When the two were combined, it would be ridiculously powerful. He even felt that he could sweep across all great realization cultivators. They come from different worlds. When the supreme legendary sword system brought you to the northern wilderness, it absorbed many souls and used their memories to create all sorts of legendary swords and treasures, the sword spirit replied. This caused Zhou Xuanji to think deeply. Different worlds? There was too much information in this explanation, and he could not think too much about it. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Following this, Xian Xianghua pushed open the door and entered. He opened his eyes and said unhappily, "I didn't say you could come in." Xian Xianghua walked over to his side and sat down, and the door closed with a bang. "Didn't you say that I'm your woman? If I want to come in, then I can." She stretched out her right hand and began caressing Zhou Xuanji's face. Zhou Xuanji felt a chill down his spine. He moved his butt to the side and distanced himself from her. "Tell me, what is it?" he asked in a low voice. If Jiang Shui came back from shopping, how awkward would it be? Although Jiang Shui had acknowledged Xian Xianghua's existence, they were not married yet, so the two women were bound to be jealous of each other. "You said that you want to settle scores with Jihuang Demon Lord. Is that true?" Xian Xianghua asked sternly. At the mention of Jihuang Demon Lord, her eyes were filled with killing intent. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "You don't have to be moved. I don't want you to go. Although you are very strong now, Jihuang Demon Lord is stronger. He can even hurt me. Don't take the risk. Just take in some disciples in the surroundings and go back." That battle from before made her even more certain that Zhou Xuanji was the 10,000-year prince. She believed that the other powerful beings had also guessed it. Therefore, he had to avoid the limelight. "I have my own considerations. Don't worry," Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. Jihuang Demon Lord was only the second in the world. If he was afraid, how could he fight against the top cultivator? How could he fight against the heavens? He changed the topic and asked, "Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. Why are you so easily injured? How many ancient evil kings are there in this world that you can absorb and recover from?" This old witch was too unsteady. Sooner or later, he would die. Calm. Wonderful bookstore calm. Chapter 252. Facing Zhou Xuanji's rebuke, Xian Xianghua fell silent. This injury also calmed her down. Times had changed. She was no longer the world's top cultivator. Even though her cultivation had grown, she could not even defeat the second in the world. She sighed and said, "I know. After I gather the Tanhua sect, I will go back with you. I won't fight for the world's top cultivator anymore. You will fight for me in the future." As she spoke, she looked at Zhou Xuanji with a passionate gaze. She planned to nurture Zhou Xuanji well. She wanted to nurture a world's top cultivator. Yang Di was the world's top cultivator 3 times. His position in history was not high because he was still young. If Zhou Xuanji were to be the world's top cultivator 5 times or 10 times, How would the future generations remember him? The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Gather my ass. Just stay by my side. From now on, I will eliminate evil and do good. When I establish my sect, the world will know where you are. The evil cultivators under you will come to find you. Why would a sect lord look for his disciple? Zhou Xuanji threw her a stare and announced domineeringly. Xian Xianghua did not refute but nodded with a smile and looked at him in a daze. After that, Zhou Xuanji asked some questions about the battle between Xian Xianghua and Jihuang Demon Lord. He wanted to know his enemy and know himself. Skyfall was surrounded by the demons. Jihuang Demon Lord's claws had already reached Skyfall. For long-term development, he had to deal with Jihuang Demon Lord. Once the demons were defeated, they would not have the energy to bother him. And the human race needed time to recover. A while later, Jiang Shui returned. She was in a good mood and must have bought many good things. But when she saw Xian Xianghua, her smile froze. Zhou Xuanji got up and said, "Since you're back, let's get ready to depart." Xian Xianghua stood up with a smile and walked up to Jiang Shui. "Little sister, are you jealous?" She lifted her chin and asked with a smile. "Humph." Jiang Shui snorted coldly and dodged her hand. Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile and walked out of the room with Jiang Shui. Xian Xianghua chuckled and followed closely behind. An hour later, they gathered everyone together and walked towards the city gate. Su Yang was extremely excited and kept talking beside Xiao Jinghong. Grand Teacher is famous across the world again. Now, all the kingdoms and cities are discussing this. Many people think that Grandmaster will be the savior of the human race. The other second-generation disciples were also very excited, and they discussed in twos and threes. When they reached the city gate, Nan Ruoyun, Zhang Lanya, and Su Xianxian appeared in front of them. "Senior Zhou, are you leaving now?" Nan Ruoyun pretended to be frightened as she asked. She had an expression as if she was sorry for not being a good host. Zhou Xuanji said, "We still have things to do and should leave. If we stay here any longer, more people might die." He shut Nan Ruoyun's mouth with a single sentence. She rolled her eyes and said, "Senior, our sex saintess has long heard of your great name. Why don't you bring her along and let her serve you?" Hearing this, Su Xianxuan's expression suddenly became shy. Jiang Shui and Xian Xianghua narrowed their eyes, while the others revealed ambiguous expressions. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "I don't need someone to serve me." After saying that, he brushed past Nan Ruoyun. Su Xianxian felt as if she was struck by lightning, and her mind instantly went blank. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji's voice came into her ears. "Cultivate well. You are a competitive woman and don't want to be a man's appendage. I look forward to seeing a more powerful and independent you in the future." She heard him and smiled immediately. She had found her true self. When she first met Zhou Xuanji, she was still thinking about how to get rid of the engagement with the little evil lord. How could she lose herself because of Zhou Xuanji now? She felt gratitude in her heart. Zhou Xuanji became more and more important in her heart. Nan Ruoyun sighed, but she was not angry. It was impossible to rely on a woman to climb up to Zhou Xuanji's height. Or else, she might look down on Zhou Xuanji in her heart. And so, Zhou Xuanji and the others left the massive city and continued their journey. In the vast and boundless desert, countless demons gathered together, and the stench of blood permeated the air. Wooden and stone houses were built among them. In one of the stone palaces, Jihuang Demon Lord gathered dozens of 8th rank and 9th rank great demons. He sat on the main seat, and a massive tiger head hung behind him. Even though he was sitting, he was 15 meters tall. He wore dark purple armor and had a sinister face. His eyes were crimson, and his face was covered with many red tattoos, which made him look hideous and terrifying. He wore a black crown with sharp horns, which made him look like the Lord of Demons. The atmosphere in the palace was extremely oppressive. All the demons under him did not dare to breathe. They lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Jihuang Demon Lord. "Zhou Xuanji, Sword God Zhou," Jihuang Demon Lord said slowly. His voice was magnetic, and it was filled with absolute dominance and murderous intent. Losing Shurho Demon Sovereign and Patian Demon Monarch was like cutting off an arm of the demon race. But what angered him more was that he lost face. Sovereign, Zhou Xuanji's talent is really out of the ordinary. Could he be the legendary 10,000-year prince? A white-haired old demon said carefully, fearing that Jihuang Demon Lord would vent his anger on him. 10,000-year prince. All the demons were shocked. They had heard of the legend of the 10,000-year prince, and this was the only explanation. Who would believe that someone who was not even 30 years old had the power to rank in the top 50 of the Northern Wilderness top 100? Whether he is or not, this sovereign will kill him and make him die a painful death. Jihuang Demon Lord said coldly, and the temperature in the palace plummeted. Send my order to find Zhou Xuanji's whereabouts. If you encounter Zhou Xuanji, retreat immediately. This sovereign will deal with him personally. The demons did not dare to object to his order. Jihuang Demon Monarch then asked, "Has Sunlight Emperor made any moves recently?" Ever since Huangquan Drake King was willing to help him, he paid special attention to Yang Di. As long as Yang Di did not act, the world would belong to him. Xian Xianghua was already heavily injured, and Jiang Wudi was a coward and did not dare to participate in the battle. In the current world, the only person who could threaten his ambition was Yang Di. "No, he should still be in closed-door cultivation," a demon replied. For cultivators like Yang Di, it was normal for him to be in closed-door cultivation for 100 years. Other than the World Millennium Duel, nothing else could attract Yang Di's interest. Continue to keep an eye on him. Inform this sovereign immediately if anything happens. Jihuang Demon Lord nodded. After that, he asked about other things. After arranging all the battles, he asked the demons to leave. He got up slowly and disappeared with a sway of his body. When he reappeared, he was in a dim dungeon. Someone was locked up in the dungeon ahead. It was Xuanhe Divine Chief Monk. At this moment, Xuanhe Divine Chief Monk's hands and feet were chained up. He was covered in blood and looked extremely pathetic. He sat cross-legged on the ground and chanted softly. "Have you divined it?" Jihuang Demon Lord walked to the dungeon and asked with a deep voice. Xuanhe Divine Chief Monk did not open his eyes and said, "If I divined it, I will tell you." Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 253. Don't play tricks. If you want to avenge your revered teacher, you have to rely on me. And your disciples, if you want them to live, you have to listen to me. Jihuang Demon Lord looked down at Xuanhe Divine Monk and mocked. He did not kill Xuanhe Divine Monk because he had other uses. Xuanhe Divine Monk and Daoya Old Man were close friends. Both of them were skilled in divination and knew about yin and yang. Facing Jihuang Demon Lord's threat, Xuanhe Divine Monk did not reply. He was already used to it. By the way, is Zhou Xuanji the 10,000-year prince? Jihuang Demon Lord continued to ask with deep meaning in his eyes. He knew about the relationship between Xuanhe Divine Monk and Zhou Xuanji's grand teacher. Xuanhe Divine Monk's master killer was in cahoots with his close friend's grand disciple. What a drama! No. The 10,000-year prince is someone else, and he is already born. Xuanhe Divine Monk replied, which made Jihuang Demon Lord frown. Yang Di is the 10,000-year prince? No. Jiang Wudi? No. Original? Impossible. Jihuang Demon Lord fell into silence. His eyes were burning with rage. Then tell me, who is the 10,000-year prince? He asked with a deep voice. The legend of the 10,000-year prince was too mysterious. If he really existed, he would surely be an obstacle to him. I'm not sure. Xuanhe Divine Monk replied. Ji Huang Demon Lord opened his eyes wide and slammed his palm across the air. Boom! Xuanhe Divine Monk was slammed into the wall by the palm wind, and blood spurted out from his throat. Ji Huang Demon Lord snorted coldly and left. 3 months later, Zhou Xuanji and his companions walked in the desert. Hundreds of people followed behind them as they practiced their sword technique. Now there were a total of 121 second-generation disciples. After Zhou Xuanji's tribulation, his fame reached a new peak. He passed by a kingdom which attracted countless people. After half a month of assessment, he took in dozens of talented disciples. His requirement had always been to choose nothing over substandard disciples. These second-generation disciples had great comprehension of the sword's way. They could learn a sword technique in a short period of time. But to achieve great accomplishment they needed more time. Su Yang had already become the eldest senior brother of the second-generation disciples. Although there were others who surpassed him in talent, none of them were as wild as him. Moreover, he had already taken Xiao Jinghong as his teacher, and Xiao Jinghong was Zhou Xuanji's only disciple. At this moment, Ning Zifeng was teaching the second-generation disciples how to practice swordsmanship. Everyone's movements were in sync with his, and it was a spectacular sight. Zhou Xuanji, Daoya Old Man, and Xian Xianghua discussed the hidden powerful cultivators of the northern wilderness region. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Han Shenbua, Chongming Demon Monarch, Huang Lianxin, and Beixiao Wangjian were all listening attentively. The little black snake and Zhou Xiaoqi were teasing Zhang Quanglan. 2 dragon eagles circled in the sky, patrolling for them. I've always been curious. Who taught Sunlight Emperor? Daoya Old Man asked Xian Xianghua. Among them, Xian Xianghua knew Sunlight Emperor the best. After all, they had fought 3 times. Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes at him. How would I know? Zhou Xuanji was thinking about the Haotian sect. The Haotian Church would not have more than 1 demon lord left in the world. Otherwise, with Zhang Quanglan's current cultivation, he wouldn't be able to do anything. At this moment, Xian Xianghua stopped suddenly, and so did Daoya Old Man. Zhou Xuanji looked up and saw a person walking toward them in the sandstorm. Everyone be on guard! Ning Zifeng cried out suddenly, which shocked all the second-generation disciples. Great realization, nothing to be afraid of. Xian Xianghua laughed softly, which made the others speechless. The little black snake could not help but ask, "You are already crippled, and you still look down on great realization?" Just when it finished speaking, a wave of murderous aura made it shudder. It immediately shut its mouth and hid behind Zhou Xiaoqi. Born to be extraordinary, born with violet qi. Heaven is jealous, and your fate is difficult. An ancient voice came from the front, which shocked Zhou Xuanji and the others. He came with ill intentions. This was obviously directed at Zhou Xuanji. Who are you? Tell me your name. Daoya Old Man asked loudly. He was not worried because Zhou Xuanji was already powerful enough. A mere great realization was not enough to pose a threat. The man walked out of the sandstorm. He wore an old yellow Taoist robe and had a wooden hairpin in his hair bun. His face was thin and his eyes were cold. He stared fixedly at Zhou Xuanji and ignored the others. I don't have a name. You can call me Tao Seeker. I walk the world to follow the trajectory of the heavenly law. Seeking the Tao? Zhou Xuanji mumbled. Could it be that he's crazy? The others also frowned. All of them subconsciously felt that Qiu Dao's brain was not working well. Tao Seeker walked over slowly. His gaze did not waver. You don't belong to the northern wilderness region, but you can change the destiny of the northern wilderness region. You're not heaven, you're not the 10,000-year prince, and you're not the son of fate. Who exactly are you? He continued to ask, and Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Could it be that this fellow could tell that he was reincarnated? Ning Zifeng drew his sword and charged forward, scolding, "Crazy old Taoist, who allowed you to spout nonsense here?" In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Qiu Dao and slashed with his sword. Dao Seeker dodged nimbly. Facing Ning Zifeng's swift sword, he didn't make a move and only dodged. Both of them were very fast, and the second-generation disciples were dazzled. So fast! That old man could dodge Senior Ning's sword. He can't really be a powerhouse, right? Anyway, the Grand Teacher is here. Don't be afraid. Yeah, the top evil cultivator is here too. The second-generation disciples chatted and laughed. They were relaxed and not nervous at all. Xian Xianghua frowned and mumbled, "Dao Seeker. This name sounds familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere before." Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and did not ask further. "Zifeng, come back," he cried out. Having heard him, Ning Zifeng snorted coldly and withdrew his sword. Although he looked very unhappy, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This old Taoist is unfathomable. Dao Seeker stopped and looked at Zhou Xuanji with confusion in his eyes. "Dao Seeker, right? What do you want? If you want to fight, be careful that my legendary sword has no eyes. If you have something else to say it quickly and move aside," Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. They were just talking about the powerful cultivators in the northern wilderness region who might still be alive. He did not expect to meet one so soon. To be able to face Ning Zifeng so easily, this guy's power should be considered average among the great realization cultivators. Or even higher. "I'm just curious. I've never interfered in the battles of the world. Since ancient times, no one could hurt me, and I've never hurt anyone either," Dao Seeker said as he shook his head in anticipation. "I've met Yang Di before. He has the potential to become a great emperor. Before you appeared, the fate of the northern wilderness region was that he would become a great emperor. But after you appeared, everything changed." With this, everyone was pleasantly surprised. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji was going to replace Yang Di? Xian Xianghua's eyes curved into a smile. She suddenly felt that Dao Seeker was very pleasing to the eye. Dao Seeker continued, "After you appeared, Yang Di's heart changed. He will no longer be an ascetic cultivator. Soon, he will dominate the northern wilderness region and unite the human race." Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 254. Everyone was stunned, including Zhou Xuanji. The development of the plot wasn't right. Yang Di wanted to dominate the northern wilderness region and unite the human race because of Zhou Xuanji? Shouldn't it be Yang Di falling from his throne and Zhou Xuanji taking his place? Xian Xianghua snorted coldly and asked, "What about him? What is his fate?" After being defeated by Sunlight Emperor 3 times, she hated Sunlight Emperor very much. She couldn't tolerate Sunlight Emperor's prestige. Moreover, he didn't allow others to publicize Sunlight Emperor's power. "I can't see through him. He doesn't seem to exist in this world, so in this world, I'm the most curious about him," Dao Seeker said as he shook his head. Right after he spoke, he appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji out of nowhere. Zhou Xuanji was so shocked that he almost attacked. What incredible speed! This fellow is definitely not as simple as a Mahayana cultivator. He must have used a spell similar to the Qi restraining art. Ning Zifeng raised his sword and stood between Dao Seeker and Zhou Xuanji. "Old Taoist, I advise you not to act recklessly," he said with a deep voice. Xian Xianghua, Jiang Shui, Daoya Old Man, and the others were also prepared for battle, surrounding Dao Seeker. "I told you, I won't hurt anyone," Dao Seeker replied. He sized up Zhou Xuanji and fell into deep thought. The second-generation disciples became nervous. They finally realized how unfathomable Dao Seeker was. "I will always be watching you. I am looking forward to how you and Sunlight Emperor will clash. Both of you have the Monarch Purple Qi, and his Monarch Purple Qi is very special. If there are no accidents, He will be the legendary ancestor of the human race in tens of thousands of years, and he will be the great emperor of the northern wilderness region. Dao Seeker said leisurely, making Xian Xianghua very unhappy. Can you not brag about Sunlight Emperor? Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed. Was Yang Di really that powerful? He was not afraid. Instead, his blood was boiling. If that was the case, he would be fighting against the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. Sunlight Emperor might even surpass the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. Young man, your path will be difficult. Dao Seeker suddenly broke into a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared into thin air, not leaving behind a trace of his aura. Everyone was stunned. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Is he a deity? A second-generation disciple asked cautiously, his tone filled with reverence. To be able to come and go so freely in front of Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua, if he wasn't a god, what was he? Chongming Demon Monarch scolded. God my A*s, he's just trying to be mysterious. After cursing, he pulled back his neck and scanned the surroundings, fearing that Dao Seeker was still nearby. Xuanji is indeed mysterious. Previously, I also divined that we would be killed, but I didn't see Xuanji. No matter how I divined, I couldn't see through this brat. It seems like I exchanged his life back then for an extraordinary life. Daoya Old Man touched his chin as he pondered. When Zhou Xuanji was born, because he was reincarnated, he was not accepted by the heavenly law. As such, he changed Zhou Xuanji's fate and concealed heaven's secrets. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said with a smile, "Don't worry so much. Take it one step at a time, cherish the present, and work hard to become more powerful." Sunlight Emperor, so what? His target had never been Sunlight Emperor. He wanted to ascend. He wanted to be invincible. Everyone nodded and chatted as they moved forward. What are you waiting for? Let's continue practicing. Ning Zifeng, who was in a bad mood, roared, scaring the second-generation disciples into raising their swords and continuing to practice. Qiu Dao's appearance cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. They speculated that it would not be long before Sunlight Emperor came out. The outcome of the war between the two races seemed to have been decided. Let's go back after taking in a few more batches of disciples, Daoya Old Man suggested. Even though Zhou Xuanji was powerful, he needed time to catch up to Yang Di. To this, Zhou Xuanji did not reply. What he was most worried about was not that he could not defeat Yang Di. He was worried that Sunlight Emperor would have already ascended and left by the time he grew up. Sunlight Emperor had been ranked first in the world 3 times in a row. He had probably lost interest in the northern wilderness region. 1 month later, Zhou Xuanji and the others stopped at a small town. Xiao Jinghong and the others were recruiting disciples, while Zhou Xuanji was deep in thought, drinking wine. He was thinking about world reincarnation. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 28 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Amethyst, Wind-Folding Sword, Gold, Water-like Dagger, Gold, Volcano Sword. The sword spirit's voice interrupted his thoughts. Then, lines of small words that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Folded Wind Sword Grade, Amethyst description, made from wind stone. It can absorb wind and release it after storing it. Sword name, Water-like Dagger Grade, Gold description, a peerless dagger. When sword chi enters the body, it can turn into water and corrode the enemy's blood. Sword name, Volcano Sword Grade, Gold description, transformed from a volcano. It contains the power of the volcano. It can absorb the volcano to strengthen the legendary sword. 3 legendary swords. All of them had different abilities. 2 of them could even be upgraded. But he was not surprised. He was no longer at foundation building or enlightening. The gold legendary sword would not increase his power. The amethyst legendary sword could be strengthened a little, but it was not as powerful as glorious gold, let alone the heavenly soul legendary sword that could kill enemies of a higher cultivation stage. The higher the cultivation stage, the greater the difference. The difference in the spirit refinement stage was equivalent to the difference in the previous stage. What was worth mentioning was that the Thunderclap sword had been upgraded successfully. From gold to amethyst, it had reached glorious gold. The heavenly lightning of the Ascension Tribulation was extremely powerful. Zhou Xuanji took out the 3 legendary swords and prepared to familiarize himself with them. At this moment, Zhao Tsongjian ran into the pavilion suddenly and half-knelt before Zhou Xuanji. "Master, bad news," he said with a deep voice and looked terrible. "What's wrong?" Zhou Xuanji asked as he touched the swords. Xiao Jinghong, Ning Zifeng, and Beixiao Wangjian, who were testing their disciples, looked back curiously. Huangquan Drake King barged into Great Zhou's royal palace and challenged you to a duel. If you don't go to the duel within a year, he will burn the entire Great Zhou and bury the empire, Zhao Tsongjian said with gritted teeth. His eyes were filled with rage. Huangquan Drake King again, haunting me. Zhou Xuanji stored the 3 legendary swords into the supreme storage and asked, "Did the human sanctum not send reinforcements to Great Zhou?" Huangquan Drake King wanted to use Great Zhou to threaten him. After all, he said that he would support Great Zhou. If he did not go, he would go back on his words and bear the grudge of countless lives in the empire. This kind of method was cliched and inferior. No wonder he was only ranked 5th in the world. Red River Valley lost. They could only retreat. Zhao Tsongjian replied. It was not that the sanctum was heartless, but that they were not powerful enough. Zhou Xuanji began to think. This place was very far from Great Zhou. If he brought everyone with him, it would be difficult for him to reach Great Zhou within a year. Even if he reached, it would be difficult for him to protect the second-generation disciples. If he went alone, Huangquan Drake King and Jihuang Demon Lord might ambush him in Great Zhou. However, he had to go. As a man in this world, he must keep his word. Don't go. Huangquan Drake King is ranked 5th in the world and has surpassed the Great Realization stage. He has many powerful cultivators under him. You will die if you go. Xian Xianghua appeared beside Zhou Xuanji and said fiercely. Calm. Wonderful book house. Chapter 255. If we don't go, the great Zhou dynasty will perish. Zhou Xuanji looked at Xian Xianghua and said solemnly. Xian Xianghua frowned and said, If great Zhou dies, then so be it. What does it have to do with you? Why do you need to pretend to be benevolent? The courtyard was silent. Everyone looked at them nervously, not even daring to breathe. Zhou Xuanji stood up and their gazes met. Neither of them softened their attitude. This isn't fake benevolence and righteousness, it's a promise. If you go back on your word, if you don't have principles, then you walk the world for the sole purpose of living. You're like a rat crossing the street, a maggot that rots bones. Is there really any meaning to living? He asked softly with a firm tone, unmoved by Xian Xianghua. But you will die. If you die, what's the point of making a promise? Xian Xianghua said angrily. Why was this kid so stubborn? Zhou Xuanji asked back, How do you know that I will definitely die? I've lived in the northern wilderness region for 28 years. If I always do things that I have no confidence in, would I still be alive today? Now that he had broken through to the spirit refinement realm and held 2 heavenly soul divine swords in his hands, he was already very strong. Moreover, he still had time to become stronger. He was a man who valued his promises. If the great Zhou was destroyed because of him, there might be inner demons in his cultivation in the future. Once a person broke his principles, there was no such thing as once or twice. There were only 0 times and countless times. Xian Xianghua was moved by the look in his eyes. She sighed and could only give up on persuading him. The others in the courtyard were all convinced by Zhou Xuanji. This was the sword god Zhou they knew. Fearless. He never avoided the provocation of powerful enemies. I believe in Master. Xiao Jinghong spoke with a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. He was already looking forward to seeing Zhou Xuanji defeat Huangquan Drake King. The others spoke as well, cheering for Zhou Xuanji. Xian Xianghua was annoyed. She stomped her feet and snorted coldly, but she didn't say anything else. However, Zhou Xuanji's words moved her. This brat's words and actions have the demeanor of the world's #1 expert. Xian Xianghua thought to herself as she continued to stare at Zhou Xuanji. 2 hours later, Zhou Xuanji gathered everyone together and told them about Huangquan Drake King. He planned to go to Great Zhou alone. Everyone was waiting for him here. With Ning Zifeng around, it was difficult for anyone to threaten them. No one objected. Although Jiang Shui was worried, she knew that she could not change Zhou Xuanji's mind, so she could only give him some advice. After I leave, try not to go out as much as possible. Even if you do go out, don't reveal your name. The enemy's intelligence network is stronger than we thought. After saying this, he left on his sword and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Looking at the direction in which he had left, Xian Xianghua flicked her sleeves and snorted. She then turned around and returned to her room to heal her injuries. Huang Lianxin held Jiang Shui's arm and smiled. Don't worry. You must believe in Master. In just 1 year, the news of Huangquan Drake King being defeated by Master will spread like wildfire in the northern wilderness region. Looking back, how many battles that everyone thought Zhou Xuanji would lose, he won? So what if Huangquan Drake King was ranked 5th in the world? Jiang Shui sighed and said, Of course I believe him. I'm just afraid that he will suffer. Great Zhou. The once bustling imperial city had been reduced to ruins, and smoke filled the air. People could be vaguely seen in the collapsed houses. They were hiding inside and did not dare to come out. They were like vengeful spirits in fear and despair. A gigantic dragon coiled in the ruined palace. Its body was covered in yellow scales, and its body was dozens of meters wide. Its claws were even bigger than the palace. Its head extended into the clouds, and its whiskers swayed in the wind like 2 ribbons that connected the heavens and the earth. Anyone would tremble in front of this giant dragon. It was like the most gigantic creature in the world. It was Huangquan Drake King. The Huangquan twin devils stood at the top of a palace below. Looking at the billowing clouds, they were amazed. The Drake King internalizing chi is really spectacular. It feels like the ocean is absorbing all rivers. That's true. I feel that the Drake King has become more powerful. He might be able to get a higher rank in the next World Millennium Duel. Of course. Xian Xianghua is already crippled, and Jiang Wudi can't do much. Do you think Zhou Xuanji will dare to come? He's so prideful. Will he not come? The 2 devils conversed among themselves. They gritted their teeth at the mention of Zhou Xuanji. They had lost many times because of Zhou Xuanji. In their hearts, Zhou Xuanji was already their #1 enemy. Even if they killed Zhou Xuanji, their hatred would not be appeased. At this moment, a group of demonic cultivators came from the side. They were escorting Zhou Qingxin, Shitan Changshi, and the other authoritative figures of Great Zhou. In the Huangquan path, demonic cultivators and demons were mixed together. So, Huangquan Drake King had always been a neutral force. But this time, he chose to support Jihuang Demon Lord. Zhou Qingxin's face was filled with despair. His emperor's robe was tattered, and his hair was messy. He looked like a beggar. He was escorted to Huangquan Drake King and forced to kneel. At this moment, he did not have the demeanor of an emperor. Emperor of Great Zhou, I have already sent my order to challenge Zhou Xuanji. If Zhou Xuanji doesn't come, you will see the entire Great Zhou die. I will let you die last. Huangquan Drake King's voice came. His voice was loud and shook the clouds. Having heard this, Zhou Qingxin's face turned pale. He had personally witnessed how powerful Huangquan Drake King was. He was like a god who had descended into the mortal world. He was invincible. Although Zhou Xuanji's talent was astounding, he was still too weak compared to Huangquan Drake King. At least, the two of them were not on the same level. If you have a way to lure Zhou Xuanji to fight, Great Zhou will be able to survive, and I will leave. Huangquan Drake King's voice came again. His majestic dragon body was like a divine mountain, standing tall and domineering. Zhou Qingxin looked up at him and fell into a dilemma. How could he contact Zhou Xuanji? If he could, he would have asked Zhou Xuanji for help. A demon with a wolf's head and human body appeared beside Zhou Qingxin suddenly. He cupped his fist and said, "Drake King, Yang Di is making a move. He has come out from his seclusion and said that he is going to roam the world for 100 years. Yang Di." Huangquan Drake King's massive body trembled slightly. Top cultivator in the world. This title was enough to suffocate him. He did not speak but fell into silence, as though he was thinking about something. At the same time, news of Huangquan Drake King threatening Great Zhou and challenging Zhou Xuanji had already spread. The humans were cursing Huangquan Drake King for being shameless. How could Zhou Xuanji defeat him? The demons mocked Zhou Xuanji for not daring to come and trampled on the humans' morale. Instantly, the world's attention was on Zhou Xuanji again. Under the blue sky, waves continuously crashed against the beach and reefs along the shore. Jiang Wudi stood on a reef and tightly frowned. A white-clothed man half knelt behind him. Even though his appearance was ordinary, his aura was extraordinary. Huangquan Drake King is so shameless. After hearing the white-clothed man's report, Jiang Wudi said disdainfully. He started to think about whether or not he should help Zhou Xuanji. That boy's talent was simply too terrifying. He wanted to use his talent to help the Jiang clan rise. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 256. Clan Lord. Other than Huangquan Drake King's challenge to Zhou Xuanji, there's something else. The white-robed man spoke and interrupted Jiang Wudi's thoughts. What is it? Jiang Wudi asked. He was still wondering if he should help Zhou Xuanji. If he did not help, Zhou Xuanji would surely die if he entered Great Zhou alone. Yang Di has appeared. The white-robed man replied. With this, Jiang Wudi's expression changed drastically, and he turned around immediately. Is this true? He asked with a deep voice. Yang Di. That was a truly invincible existence in the world. Jihuang Demon Lord, Huangquan Drake King, and him could not defeat Yang Di. All the major factions know about this, and they are stirring in the dark. In less than 3 years, Yang Di will walk in the world and might intervene in the war between the two races. The white-robed man replied again. His eyes sparkled, and he was evidently shocked by the name of Yang Di. Who would not respect the top cultivator in the world? Jiang Wudi waved his hand and signaled the white-robed man to leave. The white-robed man disappeared immediately. Jiang Wudi looked at the horizon and continued to think. A long while later, suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. Something was charging toward him from the horizon, creating 2 waves that were dozens of meters tall. The sun was scorching. In the wilderness, demon corpses were everywhere. Many cultivators were scattered all over the place, and all of them were injured to varying degrees. All of them were looking in one direction. A gigantic tiger demon was lying on the top of the hill. It had already transformed into a human form and was covered in blood. A silhouette was standing on his chest. It was Zhou Xuanji. Sensing that his demonic energy was drained, the tiger demon's eyes were bloodshot. Zhou Xuanji, the sovereign will kill you sooner or later, and he will let you die in excruciating pain, he said with gritted teeth. With his demonic energy sucked away, he knew that he would surely die. As a 9th-rank demon monarch, he died in such a pathetic manner. He was filled with hatred. Zhou Xuanji looked down at him and said coldly, "Don't worry. Jihuang Demon Lord will soon follow in your footstep. You will not be lonely in the Yellow Springs." After that, the ancient god's sword appeared before him. The sword pierced through the tiger demon's throat and killed his soul. He took the tiger demon's storage ring and looked at the cultivators at the foot of the mountain. "Go back." He turned into a stream of sword light and disappeared into the horizon. The cultivators were in an uproar. "It's really Zhou Xuanji? Amazing! He killed General Hu Wang in an instant. That's a 9th order great demon, which is equivalent to a Mahayana realm being. Yet it can't last more than 10 moves against him. This favor is greater than the heavens. We must remember it. From now on, whoever dares to slander Zhou Xuanji as an evil demon will be going against me." The cultivators were so excited that they cried tears of joy. Their cries and cheers echoed throughout the mountains. The other side, Zhou Xuanji found a deserted forest and began to break through. He had previously absorbed the demonic powers of the Patian demon monarch and the lion's roar demon monarch. Coupled with the rank 9 great demon monarch and his usual cultivation, he had already ushered in the opportunity to break through. There was no need to undergo tribulation in the spirit refinement realm. In less than half a day, he successfully broke through. He had reached the 2nd level of the spirit refinement realm. After the breakthrough, he continued on his journey. He planned to look for powerful demons along the way and absorb their demonic energy to increase his cultivation. At the same time, he would eliminate enemies for the human race. Now, there were battles everywhere in the central region of the northern wilderness region, and there were high-level great demons in every battlefield. Other than great demons, he would also take action against cultivators who committed crimes. That was all. Half a year passed quickly. Zhou Xuanji killed 12 8th-rank demons and 3 9th-rank demons, as well as countless demons and evil cultivators. His cultivation had reached spirit refinement level 3. The entire northern wilderness region was talking about him. Which great demon did Zhou Xuanji kill today? I feel that Zhou Xian has the chance to overturn the war between the two races by himself. What kind of method is this? Defeating them one by one? What kind of hero is that? Zhou Xuanji does not dare to deal with Huangquan Drake King, so he can only launch sneak attacks against the demons. Who dares to slander the hero of the human race? Songhai Ziggurat has republished the Northern Wilderness Top 100, and Zhou Xuanji is ranked 42nd. Both the human and demon races were discussing Zhou Xuanji. The human race was looking forward to it, while the demon race was terrified. Even though Jihuang Demon Lord ordered them to retreat immediately if they encountered Zhou Xuanji, very few demons could escape from him. As for reinforcements, it was even more difficult because the battlefield was too scattered. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji successfully rose to the 42nd place in the Northern Wilderness Top 100. He was only 28 years old. A 28-year-old spirit refinement cultivator. He was invincible in the Mahayana realm. He was like the bright moon on the Northern Wilderness Genius ranking, while the other geniuses were like tiny stars. In the current world, Zhou Xuanji was definitely an influential figure. In terms of fame, he could compete with Jihuang Demon Lord, Huangquan Drake King, and Xian Xianghua. But the good times did not last long. Because the world's top cultivator was born. All sorts of rumors spread across the northern wilderness region, overshadowing Zhou Xuanji's brilliance. Zhou Xuanji did not know about this. Even if he knew, he would not mind. With Yang Di around, it was easier for him to do things. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji became more powerful by killing his enemies. He was getting closer and closer to Great Zhou. In order not to be discovered by the demons, he was heading toward Great Zhou. He kept changing his route, and his whereabouts were mysterious and elusive. In the dark dungeon, Jihuang Demon Lord stood in front of the dungeon door and stared at Xuanhe Divine Monk with a fierce gaze. "You still haven't divined it?" he asked with a deep voice. His murderous aura was like an arrow, which made Xuanhe Divine Monk tremble in fear. After knowing that Yang Di was born, Jihuang Demon Lord panicked. Now that Zhou Xuanji was killing his subordinates and Yang Di was threatening him, how could he not panic? "I can't. Yang Di is too powerful, even more powerful than during the World Millennium Duel. He already has the power to ascend," Xuanhe Divine Monk said with gritted teeth. Chief Monk Xuanhe gritted his teeth and said, "Jihuang Demon Lord asked him to predict many things, but the most important one was to predict Sunlight Emperor's weakness. Jihuang Demon Lord asked him to divine many things, and the most important one was to divine Yang Di's weakness. Can he stand up to Yang Di? In the legends, the 10,000-year prince was almost omnipotent. Once he was born, he would be invincible and become a great emperor. Although Zhou Xuanji was heaven-defying, he still needed a long time to grow. I really don't know where the 10,000-year prince is. I only know that he is born among all living beings in the northern wilderness region." But Xuanhe Divine Monk sighed. He felt that Jihuang Demon Lord was already bedeviled. Yang Di was the demon in his heart. But what? Jihuang Demon Lord grabbed the dungeon door and roared furiously, causing the underground space to tremble violently. Xuanhe Divine Monk took a deep breath and said, "Yang Di will unify the northern wilderness region. This is fate and the trend of the times. He will become another great emperor after the Hegemon Sword Emperor. He will be immortal and ascend to the upper realm. His will be everlasting." Jihuang Demon Lord heard him and frowned deeply. He did not act up but fell into silence. The dungeon fell into silence. A long while later, he said with gritted teeth, "I don't believe in fate. Yang Di will be defeated by me sooner or later. The one who unifies the northern wilderness region can only be me." The second in the world was not an honor for him but a humiliation instead. Because he was older than Yang Di. When he fought with Xian Xianghua, Yang Di was not born yet. How could he accept being surpassed by a junior? Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 257. Looking at the deranged Jihuang Demon Lord, Chief Monk Xuanhe did not say anything. However, his heart was filled with disdain. Since ancient times, there have been many almighty beings who didn't believe in fate, but in the end, they still bowed to fate. Moreover, no matter how he looked at it, he didn't think that Jihuang Demon Lord could win against Yang Di. Jihuang Demon Lord suddenly looked up at him, causing him to tremble in fear. "If I cultivate the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique, can I catch up with Yang Di?" Faced with his interrogation, Chief Monk Xuanhe was stunned. Celestial Devil Rebirth technique. That was the peerless divine technique that the Tanhua sect had used for tens of thousands of years. In the current world, only Xian Xianghua knew it. No wonder he didn't kill Xian Xianghua. It was because of the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique. If the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique is really as powerful as the legends say, coupled with your natal divine ability, it might really be possible. Xuanhe Divine Monk murmured. Jihuang Demon Lord's eyes lit up and he disappeared on the spot. He couldn't wait to catch Xian Xianghua. Xuanhe Divine Monk shook his head and murmured, "Even if you get the Celestial Devil Rebirth art, it will take you some time to master it. Yang Di will not wait for you at the same place." Following this, he closed his eyes and started to divine Zhou Xuanji. Ever since Zhou Xuanji had turned into an evil cultivator, he loved to divine Zhou Xuanji. Even though he could not divine Zhou Xuanji, he did not give up. Xiao. Zhou Xuanji flew on his sword. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and frowned. He was pondering world reincarnation. Now that he frequently used world internalization, his comprehension of world reincarnation was becoming more and more thorough, but it was still too difficult to completely learn it. World reincarnation had the meaning of giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Once he learned it, his combat power would soar. Unless the enemy's cultivation far surpassed his, he would be invincible. Every time he thought of this, he would be very excited. As he pondered, he flew, leaping over mountains and lakes, advancing rapidly towards Great Zhou. Along the way, the corpses of humans and demons could often be seen. This great war had already been going on for several years. Even if it ended, the numbers of the two races would be greatly reduced. There would be no true victor. According to Zhou Xuanji's estimation, there was still half a month until Great Zhou arrived. The Juemal Wasteland was just ahead. The first time he came to Juemal Wasteland was to assassinate the Empress of Great Zhou. After that, he was hunted down by Lin Guanyu. Looking back at the past, it seemed like a distant memory. Not long after, he flew into Juemal Wasteland. There was a war in Juemal Wasteland. Great Zhou, Great Chun and Great Shang were all near Juemal Wasteland. Now that Great Zhou was occupied by Yellow Spring's Drake King, the cultivators of the world naturally wanted to save Great Zhou. During the chaos of war, it was not only for the survival of the race, but also for one's own fame and fortune. It was never empty talk that a hero was born out of time. In the middle of the battlefield, there were two tyrannical figures fighting wildly. One of them was Ta Tianqin. The other one was a ninth-stage great demon. He had blood-red hair and black armor. Two sharp horns protruded from his hair, and his body was as sturdy as a small mountain. He held two large axes in his hands, and the black armor on his body was terrifying. It was like the face of an evil demon, and the blood-red cape behind him fluttered in the wind. He was even more powerful than the ninth-rank great demons that Zhou Xuanji had encountered before. It was very likely that he had already reached the peak of the ninth level. Against him, Ta Tianqin didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. It was hard to tell who would win or lose. Among the human cultivators who were fighting with the demon army, not all of them were evil cultivators from Xinhao sect. There were cultivators from the righteous sects, and they must have formed a temporary alliance. Huang Ming and Xiahou Gongji were among them. Xiahou Gongji was Ta Qishue's accompanying elder. Back then, Ta Qishue was like Huangquan Drake King. He threatened Zhou Xuanji's life and died in a one-on-one duel with Zhou Xuanji. Xiahou Gongji was punished for this and suffered immeasurable pain. He only saw the light of day again when the war between the two races began. Huang Ming was Huang Lianxin's bloodline elder and the top genius of Xinhao sect. Ever since Zhou Xuanji's rise, he rarely came out and had been cultivating in isolation. Ta Tianqin, is that all you have? You still want to challenge the Drake King? What a joke. No wonder your Xinhao sect can't do anything to Zhou Xuanji. The blood-haired great demon laughed wildly. His axes were like the wind and were powerful enough to cut through mountains and lakes. Ta Tianqin's face was unsightly. The webbing between his thumb and index finger was already torn and bleeding, but he was still holding on. If he lost, everyone under him would die. More importantly, his reputation would be tarnished. Huangquan Blood Devil, you are only a dog under Huangquan Drake King. What right do you have to be so arrogant? Ta Tianqin cursed furiously. Even if he lost, he could not lose. He could not lose in a verbal battle either. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji landed on a mountain and looked at the battle far away. What a coincidence! He squinted his eyes, and a murderous aura emanated from them. Xinhao sect hunted him down, and he remembered this grudge. Today, he would settle it all together. After the thought, he flipped his right hand, and the ancient god's sword appeared in his hand. The thunderclap sword appeared before him. He leaped up and stepped on the blade. Heavenly lightning wrapped around his body, and he charged into the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. Swoosh! Ta Tianqin and Huangquan Blood Devil jumped away instinctively and looked toward the direction where the air-piercing sound came from. Pshhhhh. The ancient god's sword pierced into Huangquan Blood Devil's chest, while the thunderclap sword pierced through Ta Tianshan's chest. Heavenly lightning wreaked havoc and wrapped around his body. The two peerless cultivators opened their eyes wide. Zhou Xuanji's silhouette appeared in their vision. "It's you!" Ta Tianshan roared. His eyes were bloodshot. Huangquan Blood Devil recognized Zhou Xuanji too. After all, Huangquan Drake King had sent his portrait to all his subordinate. Zhou Xuanji smiled and activated the world internalization technique. With the ancient god's sword in his right hand, he absorbed Huangquan Blood Devil's demonic energy at an insane rate. "What's happening?" Huangquan Blood Devil was greatly shocked. He wanted to dodge instinctively, but he realized that he could not escape from the ancient god's sword. It was as though two invisible hands were grabbing him, and he could not move at all. At this moment, numerous legendary swords appeared out of nowhere. Baiyu King Sword, White Dragonbone Sword, Sky Extinguishing Sword, Truth Sword, Holy Light Redemption Sword, Snakeskin Sword, Frost King Icebound Sword, Heaven's Wrath Sword, Greedy Ghost Sword, Incinerating Fire Sword, Great Compassion Sword, Abyss Demon Sword, Wind Cloud Sword, Light Shadow Sword, Buddha Slaying Sword, Dumb Sword, Deep Nightmare Sword, Right, Wrong, Justice Sword, Sunset Sword, Heaven Elegance Starlight Sword. Dozens of legendary swords charged toward Ta Tianshan, and Ta Tianshan was forced to retreat without any resistance. Wah! The entire battlefield was in an uproar. The two races stopped fighting and looked at the sky in shock. With so many divine swords, they immediately thought of one person. Unparalleled way of the sword in the northern wilderness, not inferior to the ancient sword emperors. Zhou Xuanji. A demon cried out in shock. His voice was like a bomb that shook the entire battlefield. Zhou Xuanji really came. Could it be that he was going to Great Zhou to challenge Huangquan Drake King? The Netherworld Blood Ghost saw that the situation was not right and wanted to eject his soul. Unfortunately, the Tianxia map started to show its power and sucked his primordial spirit, preventing him from quickly ejecting. Sensing the boundless demonic energy entering his body and turning into pure spirit energy, Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. It seemed like he could use the Yellow Springs Blood Demon to break through to Spirit Ascension Stage Level 4. Chapter 258. What evil energy technique is this? Huangquan Blood Devil cried out in shock. His hair stood on end. What he could not understand was that Zhou Xuanji was only at the spirit refinement stage. Why was his spirit energy not weaker than his? He did not know that Zhou Xuanji was already possessed by an ancient great emperor. Emperor Hanlin. The remnant soul possession gave him the power of a great emperor, together with the world Buddha art, who in the great realization stage could resist him. Soon, Huangquan Blood Devil's demonic energy was sucked dry, and Zhou Xuanji broke through to the 4th level of the spirit refinement stage. While he was breaking through, Huangquan Blood Devil escaped with his astral projection. Zhou Xuanji swung his right hand, and the ancient god's sword charged toward him with the ranged sword propelling. Boom! Huangquan Blood Devil's astral spirit exploded, and he could not be more dead. Zhou Xuanji took the opportunity to take his storage ring before destroying his body with heavenly lightning. The entire process happened so quickly that the warriors of both races were tongue-tied. They could not believe their eyes. How can he be so powerful? Huang Ming opened his eyes wide and mumbled to himself with a trembling voice. From their perspective, Zhou Xuanji was completely crushing Huangquan Blood Devil. Before him, Huangquan Blood Devil was so weak that he did not even have the chance to fight back. Ta Tianshan was shocked too. How powerful was this brat? Surrounded by dozens of legendary swords, he was already in a passive position. If Zhou Xuanji attacked him again, he would surely be defeated. He immediately turned around and fled, disregarding his dignity. Want to escape? Ta Tianshan. Your Xinhao sect has hunted me down many times. It's time for you to pay the price. Zhou Xuanji's cold voice came. It was as though it came from the underworld and sent chills down everyone's spine. Ta Tianqian's scalp turned numb and was about to cast a spell. But the sword chi came with a howl. 10,000 ultimate steps. He felt an excruciating pain as though his body was about to be torn apart. Zhou Xuanji appeared in front of him and slashed with his sword. Pshhhhh. Ta Tianqian's head flew up, and blood splattered across the sky. Zhou Xuanji's right hand left the ancient god sword and slammed his palm on Ta Tianqian's chest, absorbing his spirit energy wildly. Ta Tianqian's head popped out quickly. He sensed that the spirit energy in his body was being absorbed quickly and panicked. Just as he was about to finish speaking, his head was chopped off by the thunderclap sword. Then, he condensed his head again, but it was chopped off again. The cycle repeated itself 5 times. When his soul was ready to leave his body, it was sucked in by the Tianxia map. His heart fell into the abyss of despair. My life is over. He lamented in his heart that he didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. Soon, his body went limp, and after taking his storage ring, Zhou Xuanji used the power of heavenly lightning to destroy his body and soul. A formidable demon of his generation had fallen just like that. Zhou Xuanji calmed the surging spirit energy in his body as he looked at the storage ring, lost in thought. Once upon a time, Ta Tianqian was viewed by him as an enemy that was difficult to defeat. Now, he had easily killed him. The battlefield was silent. Both humans and demons were shocked. Zhou Xuanji had only appeared for a short while, and he had already killed the most powerful cultivators of the 2 armies. Wasn't this too ridiculous? At this moment, his voice was heard. Demons, disperse, or don't blame my divine sword for being merciless. Dozens of divine swords hung high up in the sky, all of them trembling, their voices resounding throughout heaven and earth, causing people's eardrums to feel a piercing pain. The demons fled in panic and quickly left. The cultivators knelt down and thanked Zhou Xuanji for his help. Xinhao sect's evil cultivators were still silent. They did not dare to clamor or to take revenge for Ta Tianqian. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He stored his swords and continued toward Great Zhou. Since the beginning, he did not even look at Huang Ming and Xiahou Gongji, because the 2 of them were not worthy of his attention. Damn, Huang Ming clenched his fists. He was furious and unwilling. Once, he looked down on Zhou Xuanji. But now, he swore that he would catch up to Zhou Xuanji and let the world know that he was not inferior to Zhou Xuanji. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji flew toward Great Zhou at high speed. His cultivation was already at spirit refinement level 4, and he was already familiar with the ancient god sword. The Tianxia map had accumulated an endless supply of spirit energy, which was enough for him to use freely for a long time. He did not believe that he could not fight Huangquan Drake King. At this moment, he suddenly felt that someone was following him. He immediately stopped and turned around. He saw a young man flying over with extreme speed on his sword. It was the exquisite sword mind of the hegemon sword sect, Lin Chang'e. Back at Juadi Cliff, the 2 of them had agreed to battle within 10 years in the hegemon sword sect. This brat has the cultivation of great realization as well. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and thought. No wonder this brat was so confident and dared to give him 10 years. Lin Chang'e came up to Zhou Xuanji quickly. He brushed away the hair on his forehead and smiled. Brother Zhou, you are really fast. I almost could not catch up to you. Seeing Zhou Xuanji again, the expression in his eyes changed. He was no longer as arrogant, but there was a tinge of passion in his eyes. Why are you following me? Zhou Xuanji asked. He had a good impression of Lin Chang'e. At least, this person was straightforward and generous. Lin Chang'e smiled. Isn't there a rumor that Huangquan Drake King is going to challenge you? I'm here to help you. I'm now ranked 77th in the Northern Wilderness Top 100. I'm qualified to help you, right? 77th in the Northern Wilderness Top 100? Zhou Xuanji was a little surprised. He heard from Daoya Old Man that Lin Chang'e had not entered the Northern Wilderness Top 100 yet. This time, he was ranked 77th? It seemed that the legendary exquisite sword mind was not simple indeed. He shook his head with a smile and said, "No need. I don't want you to get into trouble." Lin Chang'e's kindness was most likely because he saw him as a competitor and did not want him to die. "I've been wandering around Great Zhou for a long time and finally met you. I can't wait for nothing. After we defeat Huangquan Drake King and rest up, we will fight. What do you think?" Lin Chang'e asked with a burning gaze. Among the sword cultivators in the world, only Zhou Xuanji was qualified to fight him. As for his father, he could only respect him. Zhou Xuanji frowned and was a little hesitant. "How about this? When the time comes, you can observe the battle and help me hold back the other powerful cultivators. I'll deal with Huangquan Drake King alone," Zhou Xuanji said. Zhou Xuanji said. Hearing this, Lin Chang'e nodded and smiled. The two of them continued to fly toward Great Zhou. They chatted as they flew. "I heard that you are preparing to establish your own sect?" Lin Chang'e asked out of curiosity. News of Zhou Xuanji recruiting disciples had already spread. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Why? You want to join? My sword sect will surpass your hegemon sword sect. This opportunity will not come again." This guy's talent was not inferior to Ning Zifeng's. It was not a bad idea to be his sword slave. With 3 great realization cultivators in his sect could be ranked among the top human factions. However, it was still far from becoming a sanctum. To become a sanctum, one needed a solid foundation. "What can you teach me?" Lin Chang'e said with a smile that did not seem like a smile. To subdue him, defeating him alone was not enough. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. His eyes suddenly turned sharp as he said, "Watch carefully. Don't blink." Lin Chang'e was stunned. What was he going to do? Zhou Xuanji sped up suddenly. Countless sword chi burst out from his body and transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon that soared into the sky. The massive body that was hundreds of meters long stirred up the sea of clouds. The dragon's scales on his body glowed with a golden radiance like the sun, which made Lin Chang'e's jaw drop. Calm. Wonderful book house. Calm. Chapter 259. The 5-clawed golden dragon soared above the sea of clouds, majestic and mighty. Lin Chang'e flew on his sword and followed closely behind. He looked at the ancestral dragon and did not speak for a long time. After a long while, "Are you so shocked that you don't know what to say?" Zhou Xuanji asked. "No matter what kind of exquisite sword heart you are, or what kind of supernatural prodigy you are, you will be stunned in front of the ancestral dragon sword." Lin Chang'e swallowed and nodded slowly. "You are actually a long worm." Puff, Zhou Xuanji almost vomited blood. "This is the ancestral dragon. This is my sword technique. It's called the ancestral dragon sword. It can transform into the ancestral dragon." This kid actually dared to insult the ancestral dragon. If he were to encounter the Dragon Clan in the future, he would definitely expose this matter and make sure that this brat would never have a place to hide. Ancestral dragon sword, Lin Chang'e frowned and muttered to himself. He was shocked. Was there such a sword technique? With a shake of his body, Zhou Xuanji transformed back into his original body. He glanced back at Lin Chang'e and asked, "Do you want to learn?" Lin Chang'e took a deep breath and said, "I want to learn. Be my disciple or sword slave, and I'll teach you. This is our sword sect's guarding sword technique." Zhou Xuanji continued. The ancestral dragon sword was definitely a heaven-grade sword technique, and there were very few sword techniques that could compare to it. At least, he had never seen one before. Lin Chang'e fell silent. Zhou Xuanji was not in a hurry. After his battle with Huangquan Drake King, he believed that this boy would be moved. He had mastered so many sword techniques that not many people in the world could compare to him. As for the title of Sword Dao Grandmaster, he felt that he was worthy of it. The two of them continued forward. After seeing the ancestral dragon sword, Lin Changa no longer liked to smile. The aura of that five-clawed golden dragon was so powerful that it made him tremble with fear. If he were to learn such a sword technique, would he not be able to challenge beings above the Mahayana realm? At the thought of this, his heart began to beat faster. But how could he abandon the Hegemon sword sect? Great Zhou Royal Palace. Huangquan Drake King was still coiled up. His dragon head was submerged in the sea of clouds, inhaling and exhaling mist, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A heretic cultivator appeared in the ruins and knelt before the Dragon King. Dragon King, Zhou Xuanji has already come to Jiumal Wasteland and killed Huangquan Blood Devil and Ta Tianchen. He should be coming for the battle, but he might want to launch a sneak attack. When he said that, Zhou Qingxin, Shitan Changshe, and the others who were imprisoned in the ruins nearby were all stunned. Zhou Xuanji was coming? He really won't give up on us. Ever since the Yellow Springs Drake King conquered the Great Zhou dynasty, the princes and princesses had all been reduced to prisoners. If not for the fact that they had already abstained from eating, they would probably be in an even more sorry state. Princess Lingling, who was beside him, was also stunned. In Great Zhou, she was given a ghost marriage to Zhou Xuanji. Although the two of them had never met, everyone thought that she was Zhou Xuanji's wife. Even Zhou Qingxin treated her well. Normally, she would look forward to Zhou Xuanji coming, but her rationality told her that it was impossible. Huangquan Drake King was ranked 5th in the world. Even though Zhou Xuanji was powerful, he could not reach such heights. But he did not expect Zhou Xuanji to really come. The great general of the state, Shitan Changshe, was also very excited. His body trembled as he murmured, "Your Majesty, you are right." Recalling Emperor Yan of Zhou's words, his eyes were filled with hope. The current emperor of Great Zhou, Zhou Qingxin, was also very excited. He could no longer care about his dignity as the emperor. He clenched his fists, and tears flickered in his eyes. If Great Zhou really perished in his hands, he would be too ashamed to face his ancestors. The other civil and military officials nearby were also very excited. Really? Then let's wait for him to come. No matter what schemes he has, in front of absolute power, he will die, and he will die a horrible death. Huangquan Drake King's loud laughter resounded across the heavens and earth, causing the sea of clouds to roll. It was as though a nightmare had enveloped the royal city. Having heard this, Zhou Qingxin, Princess Xuanyao, and the others' excitement was extinguished like a flame being doused with cold water. If even Zhou Xuanji died, they would really be doomed. With Huangquan Drake King's ruthlessness, he would not give Great Zhou a chance to live. Summon all the Huangquan 100 devils. I want them to see how the top genius in the world begs for mercy from me. Huangquan Drake King spoke again, and Great Zhou was in an uproar. Huangquan 100 devils. The core power of the Huangquan path was at least 8th rank or spirit refinement. The Huangquan Blood Devil was one of the Huangquan 100 devils. Yes. The evil cultivator received the order and left quickly. Huangquan Drake King did not speak anymore and continued to absorb the world's spiritual qi. Zhou Qingxin's face was pale. Even the Huangquan 100 devils were summoned. Huangquan Drake King was evidently determined to kill Zhou Xuanji. He suddenly felt that his world was collapsing. At the border of Great Zhou, Zhou Xuanji looked at the broken city walls and frowned slightly. Great Zhou's situation was worse than he had imagined. Other than the Hunyuan Empire, all the other empires' border passes have been conquered, Lin Changa sighed. The human race was on the brink of death, and he was anxious too. However, He was not powerful enough to turn the situation around. However, he did not panic because he had already received the news. The top cultivator in the world had appeared. Yang Di was a human, after all. How could he just stand by and watch? Let's continue. Zhou Xuanji said this and flew toward Great Zhou's royal city. Lin Chang'e was a little stunned. He quickly caught up and asked, "Aren't we going to lay out a plan? It's too disadvantageous for us to barge in forcefully. Why don't we discuss it?" Although he was the top prodigy of the hegemon sword sect, he was not arrogant. He would always think of a perfect plan before doing anything. No matter how perfect the plan is, we still have to face the entire Huangquan path, Zhou Xuanji said without looking back. He had thought about it before, but he could not find any reinforcements. Instead of worrying himself, it was better to charge in directly. With the Tianxia map and many legendary swords, he dared to charge into Huangquan alone and face the enemies. Lin Chang'e sighed. He suddenly felt a little regretful. Why did he flatter himself to help this guy? But thinking about it, if this battle was a success, wouldn't he become famous across the world? Just thinking about it made him excited. And so, the two flew toward Great Zhou's royal city without hesitation. The news of the battle at Jima Wasteland had spread too. Both Ta Tianqian and Huangquan Blood Devil were powerful cultivators who shook the world. But they were both killed by Zhou Xuanji without being able to retaliate. Ta Tianqian is the sect lord of Xinhao sect. I heard that sword god Zhou was not injured at all and killed the two enemies easily. He's too powerful. Is he really only ranked 42nd? So what if he's powerful? Huangquan Drake King is ranked 5th in the world. Great Zhou is like a piece of paper before him. If Zhou Xuanji continues to grow, will he become the top cultivator in the world in the future? After this news spread, the world was shocked. How powerful was Zhou Xuanji? Also, he appeared in Jima Wasteland to accept Huangquan Drake King's challenge? Instantly, the attention of humans and demons shifted from Yang Di to Zhou Xuanji and Huangquan Drake King. Soon, a shocking piece of news would spread throughout the northern wilderness region. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 260. Night fell. Jiang Shui was internalizing qi in the courtyard, and beside her sat Huang Lianxin, Xian Xianghua, and the other second-generation female disciples. The atmosphere was a little quiet. The roars of wild beasts and the chirping of birds could be heard from the forest around the town. Jiang Shui slowly opened her eyes and frowned. "Don't worry. Master will definitely return triumphantly." Huang Lianxin opened her eyes and comforted. They already knew that Zhou Xuanji had killed Ta Tianqian and Huangquan Blood Devil in Jima Wasteland. This meant that the battle between Zhou Xuanji and Huangquan Drake King was nearing. Jiang Shui nodded and faintly sighed, "But there's always a rock in my heart. Without us, if he's exhausted, who will take him away?" In the past battles, whenever Zhou Xuanji won, he would be completely exhausted and would even faint. Fortunately, with their protection, he was able to escape. Now, Zhou Xuanji was alone. If he fell unconscious again, would he be eaten by demons? Every time she thought of this, she felt uneasy. Cultivate well. The reason why he didn't bring you guys is because you can't keep up with him. Xian Xianghua's cold voice rang out, causing Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin's expressions to change. She walked to the front of Jiang Shui, bent down and asked softly, "My celestial devil rebirth technique is a rare peerless cultivation technique. Do you want to learn it? I can teach you." Jiang Shui was stunned and subconsciously became vigilant. She had heard of the celestial devil rebirth technique, which was one of the most powerful techniques in the world. The ancient Diablo and Xian Xianghua both relied on it to ascend to the top of the world. "What do you want?" Jiang Shui asked cautiously. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. There was definitely a trap. Xian Xianghua's eyes curved into crescents as she spoke softly. Jiang Shui's eyes widened, and her cheeks puffed up in anger. The moon was bright and the stars sparse. Zhou Xuanji and Lin Chang'e were resting and internalizing qi under a tree. There was a bonfire in front of them, illuminating the grass and trees within a radius of 10 meters. The two of them remained silent. Tomorrow, they would head to the great Zhou imperial city to fight the Yellow Springs Drake King to the death. Everyone had a lot on their minds. Lin Chang'e slowly opened his eyes and asked, "Are you sure you can win?" "No." Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, which made Lin Chang'e frown. "Then why are you still so rash?" "Because I don't want to lose, and I will not lose." "What kind of logic is that? If you understood, you would be the 42nd strongest in the world." Lin Chang'e was speechless. He closed his eyes again and didn't bother to continue the conversation. It was a silent night. When the first ray of sunlight streaked across the land, the two of them opened their eyes, got up, and continued forward. They walked out of the forest and frowned. They saw a figure standing on the hillside in front of them, looking at them quietly. It was an old man with a golden compass in his hand. He wore an old Taoist robe. Feng Gyul, the mastermind who created the Tianxia map. Of course, Zhou Xuanji did not know about this. Feng Gyul looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated gaze. There was unwillingness, anger, hatred, anticipation, and other emotions in his eyes. "May I know who you are?" Lin Chang'e asked coldly. The other party had been deliberately waiting for them, and they had not discovered it yet. It was obvious that they were not kind people. Feng Gyul slowly spoke, "My name is Feng Gyul, and I'm just a mortal among the countless mortals in this world. However, I've had a fortuitous encounter that allows me to pry into fate. Yet another existence that knew how to read one's fate. First, it was Daoya Old Man, then Daoseeker, and now this Feng Gyul. Each of them was more pretentious than the other." "Then why are you blocking the way?" Lin Chang'e asked impolitely. He did not like Feng Gyul's way of doing things. Feng Gyul looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "If you go with your current strength, you will definitely die. Don't go any further. Turn back." Back then, Huangquan Drake King also faced such a choice. He was afraid and his reputation was swept to the ground. But later on, he became stronger and wiped away his shame. He wants you to experience the shame he experienced back then. Zhou Xuanji frowned. This fellow was trying to persuade him? However, from his words, it seemed that he was not on the same side as Huangquan Drake King. "How can I give up on an empire's life so easily?" Lin Chang'e asked in a low voice. He even suspected that this fellow was Huangquan Drake King's subordinate. He had intentionally come to deal a blow to them and make them feel fear, raising Huangquan Drake King's reputation in the northern wilderness. Whether you live or die depends on a single thought from you. You have a great treasure, and if you die because of this and the treasure falls into Huangquan Drake King's hands, that will be a great sin, Feng Gyul said. He directly ignored Lin Chang'e and continued to look at Zhou Xuanji. Great treasure? Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. How did this old man know that the Tianxia map was in his hands? He immediately thought of those maps. Could it be that Feng Gyul had given him those maps? Even Daoya Old Man could not divine the Tianxia map, and apart from his trusted subordinates, no one else knew that the Tianxia map was in his hands. As such, he could not help but think in that direction. "No one can stop me from going to Great Zhou," Zhou Xuanji said. His tone was resolute and did not allow anyone to refute him. After saying this, he leapt up and passed by Feng Gyul. Lin Chang'e followed closely behind him, but when he passed by Feng Gyul, he looked back. This fellow was unfathomable. Just where did he come from? Why had he never heard of Feng Gyul before? The two of them quickly disappeared over the horizon. Feng Gyul turned and looked over, not saying anything for a long time. "You dare to fight with your life? Zhou Xuanji, I want to see if you can break through this tribulation," he muttered to himself. He was not angry and instead felt a bit expectant. Great Zhou's royal city. Hundreds of thousands of captives knelt together, including Zhou Qingxin, Shitan Changshi, and the others. They were all under a spell and powerlessly sat there. The captives were all in a state of fear, and a look of despair appeared in their eyes. Because Zhou Xuanji had no chance of winning at all, there were many Yellow Springs Path cultivators and fiendish demons standing guard at the sides and above them, waiting in formation. The Huangquan twin devils and dozens of figures stood in front of Huangquan Drake King. Huangquan 100 devils. Because of the war between the two races, there were only 89 Huangquan 100 devils left, but they were still an extremely terrifying force. They all had different expressions, some mocking, some condescending, some confused, and some filled with anger. They were all waiting for Zhou Xuanji to come. If Zhou Xuanji dares to come, I will tear him to pieces and take revenge for Big Brother Blood Devil. It's difficult. I'm afraid he won't dare to come. Maybe he's hiding somewhere, trembling in fear. Seeing our formation, he dares to come out? What a joke! How can Zhou Xuanji compare to the Drake King? The Huangquan 100 devils discussed among themselves. They were all filled with disdain towards Zhou Xuanji. Of course, if they were to fight Zhou Xuanji alone, their attitude might be different. At this moment, two sounds of the air being torn could be heard. Zhou Xuanji and Lin Chang'e flew over on their swords. Everyone turned their heads to look. Huangquan Old Worm, didn't you want to challenge me? Today, I will use your life to let the world know who I am. I am the Sword Emperor of the present age. Zhou Xuanji's voice sounded throughout the heavens and earth, filled with killing intent. He was laughing. His laughter was incredibly arrogant, causing all of the evil cultivators and demons of the Huangquan path to be furious. Chapter 261. Zhou Xuanji stood on the thunderclap sword and quickly came to the sky above the royal city. Looking at the ruins of the imperial city and the hundreds of thousands of trembling people, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. He stopped and looked at Huangquan Drake King's huge body. Old Worm, do you dare to fight me in the sky? He was afraid of hurting the innocent. The Huangquan twin devils and Huangquan 100 ghosts were enraged. Did this kid really think he could deal with the Yellow Springs Path alone? Courting death. There's no need for the Dragon King to do anything. We can kill you on our own. Exactly. Cripple him. We can't let him die so easily. We have to make him beg for death. How arrogant! You dare to fight with the Dragon King? The Huangquan 100 devils all insulted Zhou Xuanji. All sorts of nasty words came out of their mouths, but they were not in a hurry to act. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless and said coldly, "A bunch of ants. I can kill you all without a sword." Although his voice was soft, it was clearly heard by everyone. The Huangquan 100 devils became even more furious and took out their magic tools. They looked at Huangquan Drake King and asked to fight, wanting to gang up on Zhou Xuanji. You can only watch the battle between this king and him. Huangquan Drake King's voice rang out, and the ground shook violently. Rumble, the sea of clouds churned, and the two dragon whiskers stirred up the wind and waves. The huge Dragon King began to leave the ground. The azure dragon was hundreds of feet in diameter, and its body was at least 10,000 feet long. It was like a majestic mountain range, or a great river, majestic and domineering. A terrifying dragon head squeezed out from the sea of clouds. The dragon's eyes were cold, and the dragon's horn reflected a cold light. Zhou Xuanji, you are extremely talented, but it's a pity that you still have to die. I have seen many geniuses, but no one remembers the dead geniuses. Huangquan Drake King looked at Zhou Xuanji and said coldly. Lin Chang'e broke out in a cold sweat. Facing the netherworld Drake King's gaze, who could remain calm? The hundreds of thousands of great Zhou captives were also worried for Zhou Xuanji. If it were them, they wouldn't even have the courage to attack the Yellow Springs Drake King. Right at this moment, numerous legendary swords appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. Furious Ape Sword, Chicken-Slaying Sword, Water-Driving Sword, Soaring Eagle Sword, Magnetic Sword, Ghost Curse Sword, Sky-Sundering Emperor Sword, Tempest Calmer, Living Snake Sword, God Emperor Sword, Crazy Paralysis Sword, Falling Petal, Soft Velvety Sword, Divine Crane Sword, Illusory Sword, Phoenix Emperor Sword, Hegemon Jiu, Great Dream Sword, Wicked Song Sword, Dog Culling Sword, 10,000 Firewood Sword, Daz Sword, Bayou King Sword, White Dragonbone Sword, Sky Extinguishing Sword, Truth Sword, Holy Light Redemption Sword, Snakeskin Sword, Frost King Sword, Ice Sealing Sword, Heaven's Wrath Sword, Greedy Ghost Sword, Burning Fire Sword. All the divine swords were surrounded by dragon-shaped sword chi and were buzzing non-stop. Apart from the thunderclap sword beneath his feet, there were 59 other divine swords floating behind him. Each of them had their own brilliance, creating a spectacular sight. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand and the Sky Extinguishing Sword flew into his hand. After holding the sword, his entire aura suddenly changed. Boom! Sword chi erupted, shooting up into the sky, scattering the sea of clouds above. A majestic might ravaged the heavens and earth, causing hundreds of thousands of people to widen their eyes. Such a strong pressure, Lin Changa was also given a big fright. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji's strength to be so terrifying. Zhou Xuanji raised the Sky Extinguishing Sword and pointed it at Huangquan Drake King as he said, using the weak to threaten the enemy, "You are not worthy of being called an expert, nor are you worthy of being ranked 5th in the world. Dragons are overlords that soar through the 9 heavens. They are proud and mighty, and a bug like you does not have the right to be one." After speaking, he gave a long roar and turned into a 5-clawed golden dragon. Ancestral Dragon Sword. His dragon body madly grew, quickly becoming 500 meters long. His body gave off a golden light, and even though he was not as big as Huangquan Drake King, he gave off a divine aura. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Zhou Xuanji had turned into a dragon. Huangquan Drake King, Huangquan 100 Devils, and Huangquan Twin Devils were also dumbfounded. It had to be said that compared to Huangquan Drake King, the 5-clawed golden dragon was much more majestic. It was like a divine dragon facing an ordinary dragon. True dragon. How is this possible? Huangquan Drake King could no longer remain calm and furiously roared. After saying this, he ferociously rushed at Zhou Xuanji. A dragon that was 3,000 meters tall was incredibly terrifying, and as it rushed out, it gave off an unstoppable aura. It swept through the ruins of the royal city, and hundreds of thousands of captives cried out and prostrated themselves on the ground to prevent themselves from being swept away. Zhou Xuanji also moved. The 2 massive dragons collided in the air, and in that moment, a powerful light exploded out from between them, illuminating the heavens and earth. Boom! 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 The 2 massive dragons rushed above the sea of clouds and madly fought. Their tails and horns occasionally poked out of the sea of clouds, and countless dragon scales fell to the ground. Thunderclouds gathered and a wild gale blew, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing and a catastrophe was descending. Everyone on the ground could not see the battle clearly, and they could only feel shock. That boy is already so powerful? Despicable, if we face him, we might not be able to win. Huangquan Twin Devils' expressions were unsightly, and they gnashed their teeth. They had wanted to kill Zhou Xuanji with their own hands, but it seemed that it was just wishful thinking. Fortunately, they had faced Zhou Xuanji in advance. Too powerful, Lin Changa's body trembled in excitement, and his hands gripped into fists. At this moment, he felt an indescribable sense of worship in his heart. Zhou Xuanji was only 28 years old. He could fight against the 5th in the world at such a young age, and he had even created such a shocking sword technique. He suddenly wanted to take him as his teacher. On Great Zhou's side, everyone was even more excited. There was anger and surprise. Sword God Zhou is so powerful. He's still as invincible as ever. Kill him. Take revenge for Great Zhou. Heavens, can Zhou Xuanji really fight against Huangquan Drake King? Of course. He has never lost before. Compared to him, the sword monarch who escaped is nothing. Our hope is here. Hundreds of thousands of captives cheered for Zhou Xuanji, including Zhou Qingxin and Princess Lingling. Shitan Changshe wept tears of joy. He put his palms together and mumbled, "His Majesty has shown himself. The golden age that you have been waiting for is coming." Back then, the Empress of Great Zhou could not kill Zhou Xuanji because of Emperor Yan of Zhou's arrangements. Even when Zhou Xuanji tried to assassinate the Empress, Emperor Yan of Zhou predicted it and ordered Shitan Changshe to watch by the side. Of course, none of this mattered anymore. Emperor Yan of Zhou had told Shitan Changshe before that he was not doing this for his kinship but for Great Zhou's future. As such, he had never explained this to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji had long since understood and had never asked. Rumble, Huangquan Drake King suddenly spewed out billowing flames that were like a massive river, crashing into the five-clawed golden dragon and sending him flying into the horizon. At that moment, heavenly lightning suddenly exploded out, destroying the flames. The thunderclap sword attached itself to Zhou Xuanji's forehead, causing heavenly lightning to wrap around his dragon body. The dozens of other legendary swords quickly rushed towards Huangquan Drake King. The dragon-shaped sword qi expanded, turning into dozens of golden dragons that roared as they shot out, creating a majestic scene. What sword technique is this? Huangquan Drake King roared, his tone filled with anger. Zhou Xuanji challenging him as a five-clawed golden dragon was the greatest humiliation to him. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 262. 10,000 Sword Dragon Incantation. You don't understand the peerless sword technique. Zhou Xuanji coldly harumphed. His body trembled as he once again rushed towards Huangquan Drake King. He looked calm and confident, but he was actually terrified. The old dragon's strength was just too terrifying. Every time they collided, he felt that he could release the ancestral dragon sword at any time. The fifth in the world truly lived up to his reputation. 10,000 Sword Dragon Incantation? Other than this king, there are no other true dragons in this world. Yellow Springs Drake King roared furiously. His body ignited with flames and his aura surged. His dragon body suddenly trembled, and countless dragon scales turned into sharp blades as they shot towards Zhou Xuanji. The sea of clouds was riddled with holes, and even Zhou Xuanji's heavenly lightning was unable to stop these dragon scales. Soon, his dragon body was destroyed by the dragon scales. He returned to his original form, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He held the sky extinguishing sword in his right hand, and the ancient god's sword in his left. This was the first time he had used two heavenly soul divine swords at the same time. A faint shadow appeared on Zhou Xuanji's body. Emperor Hanlin, the remnant soul of an ancient great emperor. Zhou Xuanji's aura grew tremendously again. He could sense that his spirit energy was depleting quickly. Fortunately, he had the Tianxia map to provide him with endless spirit energy. The unprecedented power made him a little dazed. Two swords in his hands. He could not help but feel that he was invincible. Where did your sword come from? Huangquan Drake King asked in a low voice. As soon as the ancient god's sword had fallen into Zhou Xuanji's hands, his aura had greatly increased. How could he not think about it? Zhou Xuanji laughed condescendingly and charged forward with his sword. 10,000 everlasting steps. Like a beam of cold light, it tore apart the vault of heaven. Huangquan Drake King's neck was cut open and blood spurted out. Zhou Xuanji appeared behind him. His hands were slightly trembling, and he felt an intense pain in his palm. This guy's skin was really too hard. He immediately turned around and focused his gaze. Dozens of divine swords hovered above Huangquan Drake King's head in a circular formation. 100-star sky obscuring formation. The divine swords were still far away from Huangquan Drake King, so they could not envelop his entire body. Countless sword chi rained down on Huangquan Drake King like a torrential rain. Huangquan Drake King howled in pain. Sword chi bombarded his body, making it difficult for him to break free from the 100-star sky-covering sword formation. Yellow springs descend. He suddenly raised his head and roared. In an instant, the sound of a surging river came from above, and Zhou Xuanji instinctively looked up. A black hole appeared above the sea of clouds, and turbid yellow water gushed out from it towards Zhou Xuanji. Countless evil spirits emerged from the river, wreaking havoc in the mortal world. Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought to himself, "What spell is this?" He immediately performed the sword technique of stars, sun, and moon. With the sun and moon in front and the stars behind, they overlapped and rushed forward like a straight torrent, crashing head-on into the yellow spring. Rumble, a bright light shone in the sky above the imperial city. Everyone looked up in shock. Was this really a level that could be reached through cultivation? Even Shitan Chongshi and Lin Chang'e couldn't help but swallow their saliva. In front of these two techniques, everything in the world seemed so insignificant. The yellow spring was unstoppable. It dispersed the sun, moon, and stars before charging toward Zhou Xuanji. He leapt, quickly dodging the Huangquan, but countless evil spirits were still rushing towards him. Zhou Xuanji unleashed the sky-dominating divine sword, and each strike was incredibly domineering. Sword chi swept out in all directions, turning wave after wave of evil spirits into dust. At this moment, Huangquan Drake King suddenly unleashed his spirit energy and forcefully broke the formation. Dozens of legendary swords spun and flew out. Zhou Xuanji, you indeed have the ability to defeat all great realization cultivators. It's a pity that I'm a great tribulation scattered immortal. You are like an arm trying to stop a chariot. You overestimate yourself. Huangquan Drake King laughed wildly. He had already seen through Zhou Xuanji's limit. Powerful indeed, but it was nothing before him. He turned around and dashed into the yellow spring, and his massive dragon body shrunk. A horrifying might that sent chills down everyone's spines exploded. The yellow spring boiled and countless bubbles popped. A silhouette could be vaguely seen in the yellow spring. It was Huangquan Drake King. He transformed into his human form. The yellow spring parted, revealing him. He wore a crimson robe, and his face was fair and majestic. He had dragon horns and a crown on his head. His dragon eyes were brimming with vigor. He raised his right hand, and the yellow spring water condensed into a long staff. There were 3 skulls on the top of the staff, which looked horrifying. He smirked and laughed coldly. He did not waste any more words and struck the staff toward Zhou Xuanji. In that moment, the surrounding yellow spring water formed into massive and savage yellow dragons that rushed at Zhou Xuanji. Facing the ferocious yellow dragons, Zhou Xuanji did not panic. He once again unleashed the sky-dominating divine sword, continuously destroying the yellow dragons. Dozens of legendary swords flew around him, helping him defend against the attacks. He used the 10,000 sword dragon incantation and fought with Huangquan Drake King. The two of them were 1,000 meters apart, and sword chi and yellow dragons wreaked havoc. The scene was incredibly shocking. Can Zhou Xuanji win? I feel that Huangquan Drake King is so powerful. Is this the 5th in the world? Is that really the legendary Yellow Spring? 9 Hell Yellow Springs, the home of vengeful spirits. It's hard to say. The Huangquan path hasn't acted yet. You have to win. Great Zhou's captives discussed nervously, as if they were the ones fighting. This battle concerned their lives, so they were naturally more afraid than Zhou Xuanji. Lin Chang'e also felt worried for Zhou Xuanji. "You can't die here." He gritted his teeth as he stared at the sky above the royal city, afraid that he would miss a crucial moment. He suddenly understood how laughable it was for him to come and help Zhou Xuanji. Huangquan Drake King was so powerful that he could not fight against him. If he helped, he would be a burden to Zhou Xuanji. At the same time, Feng Gyul stood on the peak and observed the battle. The power that Zhou Xuanji displayed shocked him in his heart. What other trump cards does this brat have other than the Tianxia map? He was confused because he could tell that Zhou Xuanji had not used the Tianxia map yet. However, with Zhou Xuanji's current power, it would be difficult for him to defeat Huangquan Drake King. Boom! Zhou Xuanji was sent flying by a yellow dragon. He quickly turned into the golden invincible form and stabilized himself with heavenly lightning coiling around him. With a savage look in his eyes, he swung his swords wildly. His two swords were like the wind, and countless sword chi shot out, dazzling everyone's eyes. Streaks of white light crashed into Huangquan Drake King consecutively. Huangquan Drake King did not dodge because he had the protection of the yellow spring. With a disdainful smile, he disappeared suddenly. Zhou Xuanji frowned and instinctively swung his swords behind him. Huangquan Drake King moved even faster, and a yellow dragon slammed into Zhou Xuanji, sending him flying back. In that moment, he felt as if his internal organs were burning, and he tasted something sweet in his throat. He wanted to cough up a mouthful of blood, but he swallowed it in time. "I'll let you have a taste of this king's true power," Huangquan Drake King said as he coldly laughed and swung the skeletal staff in his right hand. Just as Zhou Xuanji stabilized himself and prepared to counterattack, he suddenly found that his hands and feet were grabbed by two pitch-black evil spirits. These evil spirits only had their upper bodies, and their lower bodies were like burnt smoke. Their expressions were savage, as if they wanted to eat Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji tightly frowned. The heavenly lightning could not harm these evil spirits. Pucci! Zhou Xuanji's chest suddenly tore open, and a white bony claw stretched out, looking incredibly eerie. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 263. Waf, seeing Zhou Xuanji's chest pierced by the bone claw, the great Zhou captives all became terrified. Was he going to be defeated just like that? At that moment, Zhou Xuanji directly used Six-Path Sword Shadow and killed all of the evil spirits around him. His chest trembled and forced the bone claw out of his body, and his wound healed at a visible rate. His face was pale, and he felt a lingering fear in his heart. If he had not activated Golden Invincible Form, his life force might have been greatly reduced, and he might have been defeated. After all, his body cultivation was to strengthen his body's defense, not his regeneration. "Are you afraid?" Huangquan Drake King said mockingly. Thinking about how Zhou Xuanji was Xian Xianghua's husband, a murderous aura appeared in his eyes. In his life, he hated Xian Xianghua the most. That old demonic woman was cruel and heartless. Only by making her suffer would he feel excited. Moreover, there was another reason why he came to find Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji deeply breathed in and summoned all of his legendary swords to his side in case the evil spirits suddenly attacked. He had not sensed his injuries at all. Even though he was so far away from Huangquan Drake King, he could not see the evil spirits' movements. Could it be that they had come from the netherworld? Zhou Xuanji immediately activated the Tianxia map, and his aura changed slightly. Seeing that he did not speak, Huangquan Drake King condescendingly laughed and continued to attack. Hundreds of evil spirits appeared around Zhou Xuanji, inundating him. These evil spirits were all very powerful. If it was an ordinary spirit refinement cultivator, they would most likely be torn apart. Even great realization cultivators would find it difficult to defend against them. Ah! Ah! The evil spirits suddenly gave off terrifying cries. Following this, they were all absorbed by Zhou Xuanji. Huangquan Drake King stared with wide eyes and cried out in shock, "How is this possible?" He did not believe it and continued to cast spells. Thousands of evil spirits once again surrounded Zhou Xuanji and leapt at him. "Demons and monsters, you want to harm me?" Zhou Xuanji condescendingly laughed. Using the Tianxia map, he directly absorbed all of the evil spirit. These evil spirits all had spirit energy, which was converted by the Tianxia map into pure spirit energy suitable for him, helping him become stronger. After absorbing thousands of evil spirits, he broke through straightaway. Spirit Refinement Level 5. Some strange memories flashed through his mind. They came from the wraiths. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji often inherited sword techniques, so he had some resistance to these unfamiliar memories and would not get lost in them. Sensing Zhou Xuanji's aura change, Huangquan Drake King's eyes widened. This kid is using his evil spirit to break through. He was instantly enraged. "Kid, you're courting death." Huangquan Drake King came before Zhou Xuanji in a single step and swung his staff. It was simply too fast, and Zhou Xuanji could not dodge in time, nor could he absorb its spirit energy. He was sent flying backwards by the skeletal staff. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Zhou Xuanji's mouth and splattered across the sky. Flying 10,000 meters horizontally, he crashed into the mountains and landed beside a small river, causing the ground to collapse. Countless stones flew in all directions like bullets. All he felt was a bone-crushing pain. The invincible Vajra body quickly faded. The great Zhou captives were silent. It was as if they had been struck by lightning as they stood rooted to the ground. The Yellow Springs Path side cheered. "All hail the Dragon King!" "I knew it! How can Zhou Xuanji stand up to the Dragon King? Such domineering power! Zhou Xuanji could not withstand it at all. This is the Dragon King, unparalleled and invincible. I feel that the Dragon King can compete for first place in the next World Millennium Duel." The evil cultivators and demons of the Yellow Springs Path started praising the Yellow Springs Drake King, as if he was already invincible. At this moment, Huangquan Drake King raised his left hand and tens of thousands of great Zhou captives flew up in panic. The other captives on the ground also tensed up. "Stop! What are you trying to do?" Shitan Chongshi shouted angrily. Unfortunately, his body was weak and his spiritual power was depleted. Otherwise, he would have already rushed up and fought Huangquan Drake King to the death. Huangquan Drake King ignored him and looked at Zhou Xuanji in the distance as he said coldly, "Zhou Xuanji, didn't you want to save them? Today, I'll let you watch them die one by one." With that, he threw the tens of thousands of captives into the Yellow Springs. The captives screamed again and again. After entering the Yellow Springs, their bodies decayed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was a horrible sight to behold. At this moment, only their screams echoed in the world. Horrifying! Despair! Damn it! Zhou Qingxin bent over and pounded his fists on the ground. He felt as if his chest was about to explode from anger. He hated it so much. He hated Huangquan Drake King. He hated himself even more. It was his uselessness that caused his people to die so tragically. The other great Zhou captives fell into extreme despair and terror. They did not beg for mercy because they had already begged. Death was not scary. Knowing that death was coming but being powerless to resist was the most terrifying. Moreover, their deaths would be torturous. "Zhou Xuanji, what are you enduring? Or are you unable to control that power at all?" Huangquan Drake King mocked. He did not even bat an eyelid when he killed tens of thousands of people casually. Far away, Zhou Xuanji lay at the bottom of the crater. His white clothes were torn, and his body was covered with blood. Dozens of legendary swords were scattered around him. He tried to stand up but could not. This guy. So he knew that I had the Tianxia map. He kept forcing me to use the Tianxia map so that he could take the opportunity to take it. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were cold. His murderous intent toward Huangquan Drake King had reached its peak. The Holy Light Redemption sword flew to his side and pierced into his right arm to help him recover. The Tianxia map was also providing him with endless spirit energy. He got up slowly and began to think of a plan. Huangquan Drake King was more powerful than he had imagined, but he was confident that he could escape. But if he escaped, he might as well not have come. He looked toward the Huangquan 100 Devils. He could rely on these fellows to become more powerful, but Huangquan Drake King would not just stand by and watch. The one who obtains the Tianxia map will obtain the world. Zhou Xuanji, the Tianxia map has not been able to unleash its true might in your hands. Why don't you hand over the Tianxia map to me? Huangquan Drake King laughed wildly, causing everyone to be in an uproar. Tianxia map. Even Great Zhou's side was stunned. Zhou Xuanji had the legendary treasure Tianxia map? The Huangquan 100 Devils' breathing became ragged. Although they were working for Huangquan Drake King, they each had their own thoughts. If they obtained the Tianxia map, given time, they believed that they could surpass Huangquan Drake King. To be able to reach such heights, who did not have any thoughts. Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply. This fellow actually told them about this. Even if he obtained it, was he not afraid that everyone in the world would attack him? It's a pity that the Tianxia map will still fall into Huangquan Drake King's hands. Feng Qiul shook his head, looking worried. He could not defeat Huangquan Drake King, so he could only watch on. Once Huangquan Drake King obtained the Tianxia map, the world would face a great calamity. On the other side, Lin Chang'e was also anxious. He gritted his teeth and flipped his right hand. A scroll appeared in his hand. He shouted at Huangquan Drake King, "Bastard! Do you dare to fight me?" However, Huangquan Drake King ignored him and flew towards Zhou Xuanji. Calm. Wonderful bookstore calm. Chapter 264. Throughout history, anyone who obtained the Tianxia map could rule the world. Our netherworld path was the first to discover the Tianxia map, but it was taken away by you. Do you know what crime you've committed? This king will dismember your body into 1,000 pieces and grind your bones to dust. Even that will not be enough to atone for your sins. Huangquan Drake King coldly laughed as he flew towards Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji had not obtained the Tianxia map for long. He did not believe that Zhou Xuanji could kill him with the help of the Tianxia map. Looks like I can only break my promise. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. He had already tried his best. He could not just throw his life away here. Aggrieved, however, he had already anticipated the possibility of failure. However, he didn't want to have any regrets and wanted to fight. The sky extinguishing sword, an ancient god's sword, landed in his hands again. Emperor Hanlin's remnant soul attached to his body, and his aura rose again. Huangquan Drake King was already on his must-kill list. He hated them even more than Jihuang Demon Lord. What? Scared? Huangquan Drake King said mockingly. Even without his orders, the Huangquan 100 Devils and Huangquan Twin Devils appeared in the surroundings, sealing off Zhou Xuanji's escape route. All of them looked at him with sinister smiles, as if they were looking at a prisoner. If you hand over the Tianxia map, I can give you a chance to be my slave. Huangquan Drake King laughed. There was no doubt about Zhou Xuanji's talent, and if he could use him, it would naturally be good. Once he controlled the Tianxia map, no matter how talented Zhou Xuanji was, he would not be able to surpass him. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and prepared to fight his way out. Tianxia map! A voice suddenly rang in his ears. He subconsciously turned around and saw Emperor Hanlin's deep eyes staring down at him. He was stunned. Is this guy conscious? I didn't expect that I would encounter the Tianxia map again. Brat, you borrowed my power, which is equivalent to being my successor. How can you be humiliated by this insect? Emperor Hanlon's voice resounded once more, and his tone carried an air of superiority. Yellow Springs Drake King stopped and looked at Emperor Hanlon with a frown. Who are you? He had thought that Emperor Hanlon was Zhou Xuanji's sword soul and had never thought that he would have his own consciousness. Emperor Hanlon ignored him and continued to look down at Zhou Xuanji. Brat, I'll let you try the power of the Tianxia map so that it won't be shamed. Just when he finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji felt the Tianxia map in his body begin to rampage. His eyes widened. Was Emperor Hanlon the owner of the Tianxia map in the past? The sword spirit had said that the supreme legendary sword system had absorbed many remnant souls when it descended into the northern wilderness region, and Emperor Hanlon was one of them. She did not expect him to be the owner of the Tianxia map. That was right. The primordial god sword contained the remnant souls of 9 ancient great powers, but the first one it summoned was Emperor Hanlon. Was it because of the Tianxia map? A terrifying power emerged from his right palm and poured into the ancient god's sword. The ancient god's sword trembled violently, and the blade burst forth with a powerful light. It turned into a sword of light, and its aura was so powerful that the stones nearby trembled continuously. This is, Huangquan Drake King widened his eyes in shock. The surrounding Huangquan 100 devils and Huangquan twin devils were also frightened. From Emperor Hanlon's tone, it was clear that he had an extraordinary background. Could this fellow be related to the Tianxia map? Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly. Sensing this powerful energy, even he himself was shocked. The power of the Tianxia map. Do it. We can't let him continue to become stronger. The blade-wielding demon furiously roared. After speaking, they rushed at Zhou Xuanji. The Huangquan 100 devils also moved. Nearly 100 spirit refinement cultivators and above prepared to cast magic techniques, wanting to kill Zhou Xuanji on the spot. Zhou Xuanji swept out with his sword, using the sky-dominating divine sword. Boom! A terrifying sword chi exploded out, and before the Huangquan 100 devils could even use their spirit energy, they were sent flying back and coughed up blood. Immediately, 10 or so Huangquan devils were annihilated. The Huangquan twin devils' cultivations were higher, and they nimbly dodged. Zhou Xuanji used the 8-step sword lunge, and quickly came behind one of the Huangquan devils. He stabbed his sword in, and at the same time, he used world internalization to absorb the other party's spirit energy. Using the Tianxia map's power, he absorbed the Huangquan devil's spirit energy in an instant, as well as his soul. This fellow did not even have time to say anything before dying. Following this, Zhou Xuanji continued to attack the other Huangquan devils. The Tianxia map suppressed their souls and absorbed their spirit energy, making it so that the other Huangquan devils did not notice this. So powerful! This feeling! Zhou Xuanji could not contain his excitement. With the support of the Tianxia map, his speed greatly increased, far surpassing the speed of a great realization cultivator. He could do whatever he wanted. Now, he felt that he could really do whatever he wanted. The pressure that Huangquan Drake King gave him decreased greatly. Seeing him slaughter the Huangquan 100 devils, Huangquan Drake King could not sit still anymore and immediately charged at him. In less than 5 breaths of time, Zhou Xuanji had killed 4 Huangquan devils. Unknowingly, he felt that his understanding of world reincarnation had deepened. Boom! Huangquan Drake King smashed down with his staff, but Zhou Xuanji dodged it. The staff smashed down, causing the ground to collapse and rivers to flow underground. The Huangquan 100 devils all dodged, but Zhou Xuanji's target was them. Even with Huangquan Drake King around, the Huangquan devils fell one after another. How did this boy suddenly become so powerful? It's the Tianxia map. He's using the Tianxia map's power. The Huangquan twin devils cried out in shock. They were both furious and afraid, and they did not dare to join the battle. Countless evil spirits appeared in the mountains, flying over from all directions to capture Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji relied on his absolute speed to evade their capture. He did not stop to absorb the evil spirits, because once he stopped, he would be captured by Huangquan Drake King. Everything around me seems so slow, Zhou Xuanji thought to himself as he searched for the Huangquan devils. His blood vessels expanded. He did not expect the Tianxia map to be so powerful. No wonder people said that the one with the Tianxia map would rule the world. It was not just because of the world Buddha art. Hurry up and attack that bug. Your body cannot withstand the Tianxia map's power for a long time. Emperor Hanlin's voice came into Zhou Xuanji's ears, reminding him telepathically. Zhou Xuanji came to his senses and looked toward Huangquan Drake King. Great tribulation scattered immortal, an existence that surpassed the great realization stage. He wondered if the Tianxia map's power could help him kill Huangquan Drake King. Even if it could not, he had to kill him. Zhou Xuanji charged toward Huangquan Drake King with 2 Heavenly Soul legendary swords in his hands. 10,000 ultimate steps. Huangquan Drake King only saw a flash of sword light, and his throat was slit. Blood gushed out like a fountain. He instinctively covered his throat and swung his staff, but he missed. Zhou Xuanji appeared 10 meters away and looked at him coldly. This is the Tianxia map's power? Huangquan Drake King asked greedily, his eyes burning with desire. Zhou Xuanji's strength could only sweep across great realization stage cultivators, but now he could injure a great tribulation scattered immortal. If he could obtain the Tianxia map, how powerful would he be? Get close to him. Emperor Hanlin's voice once again came into Zhou Xuanji's ears. His tone was cold and filled with murderous intent. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 265. Approach him? Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Without hesitation, he charged forward with the 8-step sword lunge. The Tianxia map could absorb souls, and his world internalization could absorb spiritual power. There was no reason for him to be afraid of close combat. Huangquan Drake King was pleasantly surprised to see him appear out of thin air. This kid is really full of himself. He doesn't know how powerful a great tribulation bodiless immortal is. He thought disdainfully in his heart. The current Zhou Xuanji was powerful and shocked him, but it was not to the point where he feared him. His eyes emitted a terrifying killing intent. He held the skeletal staff in his right hand, and small yellow dragons emerged from the 3 skulls. Draw your sword, display your strongest sword technique. Emperor Hanlin shouted, and Zhou Xuanji directly unleashed the ancestral dragon sword. Huangquan Drake King felt an extremely powerful impact on his Yuan Shen, and he instantly fell into a daze. Roar! A dragon roar exploded, and a 5-clawed golden dragon tore Huangquan Drake King into pieces. It swallowed Huangquan Drake King's soul into its mouth, and the Tianxia map absorbed it. The 5-clawed golden dragon transformed into his human form, and Zhou Xuanji landed on the ground. Silence. The world was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The Huangquan 100 ghosts and Huangquan twin devils were dumbfounded. What did they see? Impossible. This can't be real. Zhou Xuanji was given a big fright. Huangquan Drake King had died just like that? In that instant, he felt a strange power enter his body, causing his speed to increase to the extreme. It was not the power of the Tianxia map. It was Emperor Hanlin. He subconsciously raised his head to look at Emperor Hanlin's remnant soul, only to see it flickering like a candle flame, about to dissipate at any moment. Kid, that strike just now had consumed a large portion of your Majesty's strength. Next up, your Majesty will enter a deep slumber. I don't know how long it will take for me to wake up again. In the future, you can only rely on yourself. Emperor Hanlin's voice floated into Zhou Xuanji's ears, causing him to feel stunned. He transmitted his voice and asked, "Why are you helping me?" Just because he was the owner of the ancient god sword and the Tianxia map? "I want to live," Emperor Hanlin spoke. His aura was weak. Before he finished speaking, his remnant soul dispersed. Zhou Xuanji frowned and fell into deep thought. "The Dragon King is dead," a Huang Quan devil suddenly shouted, scaring the other Huang Quan devils into fleeing. Zhou Xuanji immediately chased after them. These guys could help him become more powerful. The Huangquan twin devils escaped the fastest. They used tunneling techniques, making it impossible for Zhou Xuanji to track them down. By the time Zhou Xuanji absorbed the spirit energy of 3 Huangquan devils, the other Huangquan devils had already fled. He stopped, and the power of the Tianxia map dissipated. He did not feel any discomfort. After all, the spiritual power in his body was very abundant. It was just that after the strong left, he felt an indescribable emptiness. He focused on the Tianxia map and realized that Huangquan Drake King was not completely dead. His soul was trapped and could not leave the Tianxia map. "Stinking brat, you can't trap this king. This king will break out sooner or later. This king will tear you to pieces." Huangquan Drake King shouted angrily in the Tianxia map. He was extremely furious. Zhou Xuanji ignored him. At the moment, he was indeed unable to kill Huangquan Drake King directly. After all, the difference in their realms was too great. However, it was impossible for Huangquan Drake King to escape from the Tianxia map, unless Zhou Xuanji decided to let him out. "The day I break through to the Mahayana realm will be the day you die," Zhou Xuanji disdainfully thought to himself. If Huangquan Drake King could increase his cultivation in the Tianxia map, it would benefit Zhou Xuanji. However, Huangquan Drake King only had a soul left. How could he cultivate? "You actually defeated Huangquan Drake King. As expected, you are outside of fate." Feng Qiul appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji and said in a low voice. His eyes were filled with wariness. Who could see through someone who could not even be trapped by fate? "How does it feel to be slapped in the face?" Zhou Xuanji asked calmly, feeling quite pleased inwardly. This old fellow had said that he would definitely die if he came. But now? He had survived. Even though he did not rely on his own power, the outcome was like this. If he was not convinced, would he dare to hit him? Feng Qiul fell silent, not knowing what to say. Lin Chang'e flew over and landed beside Zhou Xuanji, his body trembling. "Heavens! You really killed Huangquan Drake King. How did you do it? Is it the Tianxia map?" He continuously asked excitedly, a look of worship on his face. Zhou Xuanji had not only obtained the legacy of an ancient sword emperor, but he had also obtained the Tianxia map. In other words, as long as he did not die prematurely, he would become number 1 in the world sooner or later. At that moment, Lin Chang'e suddenly wanted to kneel down and take him as his teacher. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and turned, preparing to return to Great Zhou. In this battle, he had been heavily injured, but with the Tianxia map and Holy Light Redemption Sword, his injuries had already recovered, and he looked completely fine. Seeing this, Lin Chang'e sighed in amazement. This sort of grandeur completely convinced him. In his heart, he already viewed the ancestral dragon sword as the most powerful sword technique in the world. The scene of Zhou Xuanji tearing apart Huangquan Drake King lingered in his mind. Feng Qiul looked at Zhou Xuanji's back, wanting to say something but hesitating. The Tianxia map's power is unimaginable. At that moment, an indifferent voice sounded out in the 3 people's ears. They all turned their heads and saw a man standing on top of the ruins 100 meters away. This person was wearing a straw rain cape and a conical bamboo hat. His head was slightly lowered, making it impossible to see his true appearance. "Who are you, sir?" Lin Changa asked in a low voice. He raised his sword and prepared to fight. He had not sensed this person's arrival at all, which meant that this person's cultivation was far above his. Feng Kuel frowned and pinched his fingers together as he divined. His face suddenly paled and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His legs weakened and he stumbled back 3 steps before sitting down on the ground and circulating his energy to heal his injuries. Zhou Xuanji's expression was strange. Why was this old fellow like Daoya old man? However, this meant that this person's background was not simple at all. The Tianxia map is not suitable for you. You are unable to unleash its true power. If this treasure falls into Yang Di's hands, he will be able to immediately verify his Tao and ascend to great heavenly immortal. The man in the straw raincoat ignored Lin Changa and Feng Kuel as he spoke leisurely. His tone did not contain any emotion, as if he did not place the Tianxia map in his eyes at all. Yang Di. Zhou Xuanji slightly frowned. Didn't this mean that he was inferior to Yang Di? Once the Tianxia map is announced, you will become the public enemy of all heroes in the world. Even the human sanctums will hunt you down. I want to see if you can live long enough to fight against Yang Di. Do your best, young man. After speaking, the man in the straw raincoat disappeared, as if he had never been there. Lin Changa cursed out in a low voice, "Are you crazy? Are you purposely mocking me?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head and turned as he continued to walk towards the great Zhou royal city. He did not take the man in the straw raincoat's words to heart. This person came and went without a trace, and it was impossible to determine his strength. However, there was one thing that he was sure of, which was that before he fought against Yang Di, this person would not act against him. Feng Kuel opened his eyes, a look of shock on his face as he muttered, "Fate exists forever, isolated from heaven's secrets." Could this person be? The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. He hurriedly got up and quickly left in another direction. Calm. Wonderful book house. Chapter 266. Within the ruins of Great Zhou's royal city, hundreds of thousands of captives were trembling in fear. They looked into the distance, where dust billowed. Separated by mountains, they could not see the battle clearly. The evil cultivators and demons from the Huangquan path were very anxious too. Why was there no movement all of a sudden? Huangquan Drake King would still laugh wildly before, but now he was gone. Who won in the end? If even he lost, let's kill ourselves by biting our tongues. Princess Xuanya lowered her head and said with a trembling voice, "Rather than being tortured to death, it would be better to kill ourselves." No one replied to her. The others fell into despair and fear. As humans, who could truly face death? At this moment, Zhou Xuanji is back. A demon cried out in shock, which caused an uproar among the humans and demons. Zhou Xuanji's return meant the evil cultivators and demons from the Huangquan path looked over with wide eyes. When they saw Zhou Xuanji and Lin Changa clearly, they were almost scared out of their wit. The Drake King is dead. Run. Oh no. Zhou Xuanji is back. Run. How can it be? How could the Drake King lose? Where are the twin devils and 100 ghosts? They're all dead. They must be. Either they escaped or they escaped. In an instant, the Huangquan path was in chaos, and everyone ran for their lives. Zhou Xuanji did not chase after them. Huangquan Drake King was dead, and the Huangquan path's reputation plummeted. Even if they elected a new master, they would not dare to find trouble with him. Soon, he came up to Zhou Qingxin. The hundreds of thousands of captives around him were extremely excited. Their faces were filled with passion, and most of them were crying tears of joy. After experiencing life and death, Zhou Xuanji's position in their hearts was elevated to that of a god. You really did it. Zhou Qingxin's eyes were red. Facing his own brother, he could no longer control his emotions, and tears streamed down his face. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless. He stabbed the holy light redemption sword into Zhou Qingxin's shoulder, which caused an uproar among the crowd. What was he trying to do? Zhou Qingxin was shocked too. But the next second, he sensed that something was wrong. My spirit energy is recovering? He cried out in surprise, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Zhou Xuanji did not let him recover. After letting him recover some of his spirit energy, he walked towards the others. He treated all the civil and military officials, and the rest of the captives were treated by the officials. For a time, the ruins of the imperial city regained their vitality. Is Huangquan Drake King really dead? Shitan Changsha walked up to Zhou Xuanji and asked anxiously. He was worried that Huangquan Drake King would escape. Given Huangquan Drake King's viciousness, he would definitely make a comeback. Lin Chang'e said disdainfully, "Of course he's dead. I saw it with my own eyes. He was torn apart by Brother Zhou. Even his soul couldn't escape in time." Hearing this, Shitan Changsha and the surrounding people sucked in a breath of air. Zhou Xuanji was this powerful? Princess Xuanya, Princess Lingling, and the other princesses all looked at Zhou Xuanji in worship. Killing the fifth in the world, did that mean that Zhou Xuanji would become the new fifth in the world? The matter regarding the Tianxia map has been exposed. From now on, I have to draw a clear line between us so that I don't implicate the great Zhou dynasty. Zhou Xuanji said. His words were wrong and everyone became anxious. Their biggest backer was Zhou Xuanji, so how could they draw a clear line? Our great Zhou is not afraid of becoming enemies with the world. Yeah. You are from great Zhou. Making trouble for you is the same as making trouble for great Zhou. What's there to be afraid of? The men of great Zhou are never afraid of having too many enemies. Stay in great Zhou. We will use all our resources to help you become more powerful. The officials and generals all spoke. Great Zhou might become the weakest among the empires and might even be devoured by the other empires. They must hold on to Zhou Xuanji tightly. Without Zhou Xuanji, they would perish too. They might as well take the risk. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Don't worry. I'm not cutting off all ties with great Zhou. Now that the two races are at war, the sanctums and empires will protect you. Soon, I will establish my own sect. At that time, I will leave a few more spots for great Zhou. When I become more powerful, I will support the sanctums and great Zhou." Establishing a sect. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be so ambitious. I will support the sanctums and great Zhou. Zhou Qingxin took a deep breath and said, "If so, then we can't keep troubling you. Let's do it this way. You can come to great Zhou anytime, and we will treat you well." In front of Zhou Xuanji, he did not refer to himself as the emperor because the throne was given to him by Zhou Xuanji. "You guys settle down first. I will go to various places in Great Zhou to help you eliminate the demons." Zhou Xuanji nodded. After saying this, he turned and left, with Lin Chang'e following behind him. Before Zhou Qingxin, Shitan Changsha, and the others could ask them to stay, the two of them had already disappeared into the horizon like immortals. It's great Zhou's fortune to have such a person. Shitan Changsha sighed in amazement. His eyes were filled with admiration. He admired Emperor Yan of Zhou. Princess Xuanya held Princess Lingling's hand and giggled. Should we go to his sect to seek the Tao? As princesses, they were forced to marry. If not for their relationship with Zhou Xuanji, Zhou Qingxin would not have allowed them to stay in the royal capital peacefully. After meeting Zhou Xuanji, it was difficult for them to fall for other men. Okay. Princess Lingling blinked her beautiful eyes and said with a smile. Although her voice was soft, it was filled with determination. She wanted to work hard in her cultivation and change her fate like Zhou Xuanji. She wanted to become a powerful cultivator respected by everyone. In the sky, Zhou Xuanji and Lin Chang'e flew on their swords. The two of them chatted as they flew. How did you get the Tianxia map? I heard that other than the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance, you also have the Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor's inheritance. Give me one. Lin Changa tore off his cold and steady appearance and turned into a chatterbox. Zhou Xuanji looked straight ahead and said, Become my sword slave. Everything is negotiable. You can learn any sword technique you want. Sword slave? Lin Changa was stunned and asked, Didn't you say disciple? The difference between a disciple and a sword slave was huge. If word got out, it would not be nice to be a sword slave. You said it yourself. That was in the past. Now that I have shown my true power, the price has to rise. You are no longer fit to be my disciple. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said indifferently, but he felt pleased in his heart. If he took Lin Changa in as his disciple, his sect would have two great realization sword cultivators. With Lin Changa and Ning Zifeng's talent and attainment in the way of the sword, they could already establish their own sections. In the entire northern wilderness region, they could be ranked in the top 5 in the way of the sword. Lin Changa looked depressed and was in a dilemma. He was a genius, how could he become someone else's sword slave? When I become the top cultivator in the world, you will not even be qualified to be my sword slave. Remember, time and tide wait for no man. Serendipity will never wait for you in the same place. I already have a great realization sword slave. He came from overseas and is the top sword cultivator in that sea region. Zhou Xuanji said leisurely. He was not in a hurry at all like Jiang Taigong fishing. Calm. Wonderful book house. Chapter 267. The number 1 swordsman overseas? Mahayana Realm Cultivation Base? Lin Changa was shocked. There were all sorts of legends about the northern wilderness region overseas. When he was young, he had also been curious about overseas. He did not expect that Zhou Xuanji had already subdued a powerful sword cultivator from overseas. You're not lying to me? Lin Changa asked with a frown. If it was really as Zhou Xuanji said, and he took him as his master, it would not be shameful. Wait a minute. How could I have such a strange idea? I am the exquisite Sword Heart, the descendant of the Hegemon Sword Emperor. Lin Changa took a deep breath and cast aside all the random thoughts in his mind. Do I look like a liar to you? Zhou Xuanji said with disdain. He looked as if he didn't care whether he came or not. Seeing this, Lin Changa became anxious again. He really wanted to learn the ancestral dragon sword. A 5-clawed golden dragon was so awe-inspiring that he wanted to learn it even in his dreams. Zhou Xuanji did not speak anymore. If Zhou Xuanji kept him in suspense, this brat would take the bait sooner or later. Following that, they roamed around the great Zhou dynasty. All the demons they encountered were drained of their demonic energy and driven away. Zhou Xuanji did not kill them all. As he had Big and Small Air, Chongming Demon Monarch, and the Little Black Snake, his hatred towards demons was far less than that of ordinary people. Meanwhile, the news of Zhou Xuanji killing Huangquan Drake King was like a meteor falling to the ground, shaking the heavens and earth. The northern wilderness region went berserk. 42nd in the world killed the 5th in the world. Everyone's first reaction upon hearing this was disbelief. However, when they heard that Zhou Xuanji had the Tianxia map, they were all shocked. The owner of the Tianxia map would rule the world. This legend was known to everyone in the northern wilderness. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji had relied on the Tianxia map to kill Huangquan Drake King? For a time, both the human and demon races were in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji has already grown to become the 5th in the world? He's only 28 years old. Oh my God, are you kidding me? A 28-year-old ranked 5th in the world. He is even more powerful than Yang Di. The Tianxia map is with Zhou Xuanji? No wonder he's so powerful. The reason why Zhou Xuanji is so devilishly powerful is because of the Tianxia map? If we obtain the Tianxia map, will we be able to roam the world like him? All the dynasties, sacred grounds, dynasties, and sects were discussing this matter. On the 7th day after the news was made public, the Shanghai Ziggurat released the new top 100 of the northern wilderness. The name of Huangquan Drake King was erased. Zhou Xuanji made a huge leap. The number 1 in the world, Sunlight Emperor, the Eternal Emperor, dominating both the past and the present. Second in the world, Jihuang Demon Lord, supreme of the demon race, unparalleled. Third in the world, Jiang Wudi, has reversed yin and yang and mastered the Qilin Zither. Fourth in the world, Xian Xianghua, Tanhua in the human world, Azura in hell. The fifth in the world, Zhou Xuanji, the current Sword Emperor, the owner of the Tianxia map. In a small town in the forest, Jiang Shui, Daoya Old Man, Xian Xianghua, Zhao Tsongjian, and the others gathered together, along with dozens of second-generation disciples. They all looked at Han Shenbua excitedly and listened to him talk about Zhou Xuanji's accomplishment. The Shanghai Ziggurat nominates the fifth in the world, the current Sword Emperor, and the owner of the Tianxia map. Fifth in the world, just one rank away from sect leader Xian. Han Shenbua was so excited that his whole body was trembling. He didn't notice Xian Xianghua's cold gaze. You can boast about Zhou Xuanji. Why did you whip my corpse? Xian Xianghua had never taken being ranked fourth in the world as an honor, but she was still excited for Zhou Xuanji. This kid's growth is too fast. At this rate, how long will it take for him to surpass me? Her eyes lit up as she thought to herself expectantly. Ning Zifeng said excitedly, "That was a great tribulation scattered immortal, and he was killed by Master just like that?" He knew about the stages above the Great Realization stage. He had seen how powerful Great Tribulation scattered immortals were in the Chaos Tide Sea, and they were ridiculously powerful. Xuanji has really exceeded everyone's expectations, Daoya Old Man said in amazement. He had guessed that Zhou Xuanji would excite Huangquan Drake King, but he did not expect him to kill him. How difficult was it to kill the fifth in the world? Even Xian Xianghua couldn't do it. If Xian Xianghua knew what he was thinking, she would definitely attack him. She couldn't kill Huangquan Drake King alone? You can rest assured now, right? Huang Lianxin said to Jiang Shui as she covered her mouth and smiled. During this period of time, this girl had always been worried about Zhou Xuanji, and she rarely smiled. Jiang Shui shook her head at her before looking at Han Shenbua and asking, "Is Xuanji injured?" Everyone came back to their senses. After such a huge battle, how could Zhou Xuanji not be injured? He might be, but it shouldn't be serious. He's currently slaying demons in Great Zhou, and he should be back soon, Han Shenbua said. If he was heavily injured, how could Zhou Xuanji dare to run around? Hearing this, Jiang Shui let out a sigh of relief. Within the barren desert, there was a canyon that cut across the land. There was a figure standing on each side of the cliff. It was Daoseeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat. Both of them had met Zhou Xuanji before. One was curious about Zhou Xuanji's fate, while the other felt that Zhou Xuanji did not deserve the Tianxia map. Daoseeker narrowed his eyes and looked at the man in the woven rush raincoat as he asked, "I didn't expect you to also be paying attention to Zhou Xuanji. What do you want?" His tone was a bit serious, as if he was a bit wary of the man in the woven rush raincoat. "Can't you divine what I want to do?" The man in the woven rush raincoat crossed his arms in front of his chest and pulled on the brim of his conical hat. His tone was just as indifferent as before. The two of them were opposing each other. Evidently, they knew each other. "Didn't you value Yang Di? Why aren't you paying attention to him?" Daoseeker asked again, his gaze filled with judgment. The man in the woven rush raincoat said faintly, "He's already the top in the world. Why should I pay attention to him? If I get close to him, he will sense me." Daoseeker heard him and frowned. Yang Di was already this powerful? Zhou Xuanji has the Tianxia map, and he has great talent. He reached Spirit Refinement Level 5 at the age of 28, and he has the monarchical violet chi. Tell me, is he the 10,000-year prince or the child of fate? The man in the woven rush raincoat asked curiously. Dao Seeker snorted coldly and waved his sleeves to leave. He's neither. I advise you not to pay too much attention to him, or else you will get yourself into trouble. The man in the woven rush raincoat did not stop him but pondered on the spot. More than a month later, Zhou Xuanji and Lin Chang'e stopped in the forest at the border of Great Zhou. Have you thought about it? Are you going to take me as your master or part ways? Zhou Xuanji looked sideways at Lin Chang'e and asked with a smile. Lin Chang'e couldn't fight him at all now. Therefore, the two of them tacitly didn't mention the 10-year promise from before. This is an important matter. I must go back and discuss it with my father. Lin Chang'e sighed. These days, Zhou Xuanji intentionally used the ancestral dragon sword every day, which made him fall into the trap of the ancestral dragon sword. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "If you've thought it through, come to Skyfall to find me." With that, he walked away. Looking at his back, Lin Chang'e sighed faintly before turning into a stream of sword light and leaving. After leaving the forest, Zhou Xuanji flew toward the south at full speed. Since the Tianxia map was exposed, it was time for him to return to Skyfall and cultivate in peace. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 268. Zhou Xuanji traveled at full speed and crossed Jiuma Wasteland within 3 days. The battles between the two races that he encountered along the way were all ended by him with his absolute power. Soon, all sorts of legends about Zhou Xuanji spread around Jiuma Wasteland, which made the demon army retreat quickly and not dare to get close. He had originally wanted to go to Great Qin to see Qin Bantian. That fellow had awakened his yellow dragon bloodline, and he wondered how he was doing. He was thinking that after Qin Bantian ascended to the throne, he would have Great Qin support his sect just like Great Zhou, while his sect would provide support to Great Qin. This was the best of both worlds. But after thinking about it, as long as there were humans or demons, they would be talking about him. It was better for him not to wander around. Huangquan Drake King's fall left the Huangquan path without a leader. Jihuang Demon Lord was even more furious, and said that he would find Zhou Xuanji and kill him. Jihuang Demon Lord was much more powerful than Huangquan Drake King. Even if Zhou Xuanji killed Huangquan Drake King, he did not fear Zhou Xuanji. After knowing that Zhou Xuanji had obtained the Tianxia map, Jihuang Demon Lord wanted to kill Zhou Xuanji even more. Once he obtained the Tianxia map, he believed that he would have the power to fight against Yang Di. As such, the entire demon race started to list Zhou Xuanji as a wanted man. If they met Zhou Xuanji, they were not allowed to attack and only needed to report their whereabouts. There was no obstruction along the way. Another half a month passed. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 29 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations sword owner for obtaining Amethyst, World Fool Sword, Hades God-slaying formation. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, and he immediately stopped. Great Hell God-slaying formation. Another sword formation. He was secretly delighted. The destructive power of the 100-star sky-covering sword formation was already strong enough, allowing him to taste the sweetness of a sword formation. Now that he had obtained another sword formation, how could he not be happy? He was not in a hurry to inherit it. Instead, he took out the World Fool sword and continued on his way. 3 lines of words appeared before his eyes. Sword name, World Fool sword grade, Amethyst description, created by a mysterious magnet. Once this sword is unleashed, all living beings within a radius of 1,000 meters will suffer damage to their intelligence and lose control of their emotions. Zhou Xuanji blinked to make sure that he did not see wrongly. Damaged intelligence? Lower my intelligence? Damn, the sword spirit is really a talent. Delighted, he began to observe the World Fool sword closely. The World Fool sword looked like an ordinary iron sword. Compared to his other legendary swords, it seemed mediocre. He waved his sword, but he didn't feel any special power. From the looks of it, the World Fool sword could only lower one's intelligence. There was no one around, so he could not test out the power of the World Fool sword. Hence, he asked the sword spirit about the Hades God-slaying formation. The Great Hell God-slaying formation is a sword formation that summons the fiends of hell. The fiends will have extreme killing intent towards the people the sword master wants to kill. They will even dare to kill immortals. The strength of the fiends depends on the sword master's luck and strength. They will be summoned randomly, and the duration will not exceed an hour. The sword spirit's explanation brightened Zhou Xuanji's eyes. What's the upper limit of my strength? It depends on the sword master's luck. Generally speaking, demons that far surpass the sword master will not be bewitched by the sword formation. Of course, there are exceptions. Zhou Xuanji nodded. If he was lucky, this sword formation might be a powerful killing move. Although there was only one godly sword for his 29th birthday, he had obtained this sword formation, which was pretty good. His mood became very good, and he hurried on at full speed. Another half a month passed. He finally returned to the small town where Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others were. His arrival was greeted by cheers from everyone in the town. The second-generation disciples even shouted Zhou Xuanji's name. Soon, he saw Jiang Shui. The girl did not care about the others and leaped into his arms. He stroked her hair and said with a smile, "Why? Did you miss me?" "Yeah." Jiang Shui looked up and replied seriously. After that, he returned to the courtyard under the escort of the group. Facing the questions from his trusted subordinates, he did not hide anything and told them about what happened. As for Emperor Hanlin, he hid it from them and only said that he was a great emperor in the Tianxia map. Or else, he would have to explain the origin of the ancient god sword. Lin Chang'e? Great realization level 5? Exquisite sword heart? Ning Zifeng frowned and mumbled to himself. This guy only remembered Lin Chang'e. He had a feeling that this person would be his lifelong enemy. Not an enemy, but a rival. According to Zhou Xuanji, Lin Chang'e had the exquisite sword heart and was as talented as Zhou Xuanji in the Chaos Tide Sea. He also admired the ancestor dragon sword. We should return to Skyfall now. The Tianxia map will bring an even greater disaster, Daoya old man suggested to Zhou Xuanji. He hoped that this boy did not become arrogant. It would not be good for him to continue roaming the battlefield. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, Yang Di has already appeared, and he still wants to dominate the northern wilderness region. Soon, the demon race will be defeated. Tomorrow morning, we will depart. He had also found Xian Xianghua. Next, he wanted to study the world Buddha art. In the past year, he often absorbed spirit energy and demon energy. Although his cultivation grew rapidly, he felt that his foundation was not stable. As expected, it was difficult to have both. How could it be easy to cultivate quickly and have a stable spirit energy? Hearing this, everyone was delighted. Now, there were dozens of second-generation disciples. They were all talented and intelligent. If they cultivated for a few decades, they would be able to hold their own and recruit the next generation of disciples. Only then would the sect's legacy begin. If there were too many disciples, it would be difficult for them to manage. Zhou Xuanji did a headcount. There were 73 second-generation disciples. After he left, Xiao Jinghong and the others expanded their recruitment. All of them were talented. Nightfall. Zhou Xuanji lay on Jiang Shui's thighs and enjoyed her massage. Xuanji, the man in the woven rush raincoat that you met before, was he Tian? Jiang Shui asked curiously. From the man in the woven rush raincoat's words, she could guess that he did not fear Yang Di too much. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and said vaguely, "How would I know?" The man in the woven rush raincoat was unfathomable. He might be an immortal powerhouse like Zhang Quanglan. This person was not interested in the Tianxia map. If he wanted to kill him, he would have done so long ago. Jiang Shui continued to think. During the time when Zhou Xuanji was away, Daoya Old Man taught her the divination technique. Although she was still young, she would be curious whenever she encountered a mysterious and powerful being. She even wanted to divine it. But she was not proficient enough. Zhou Xuanji began to impart the memories of the Hades god-slaying formation. A massive wave of memories entered his mind, and his body trembled. "What's wrong?" Jiang Shui asked, but Zhou Xuanji did not reply. She took a closer look and thought that he had fallen asleep. She caressed his face gently. Recalling the past, she could not help but feel a little dazed. Unknowingly, "You have grown so big." In the house, the candlelight flickered, and the place fell into silence. The next morning, Zhou Xuanji and the others packed up and left. Everyone in the small town came to send them off. Some of the second-generation disciples came from this town after all. How many demons are there in Skyfall? How powerful is that 9th-rank demon? Su Yang came up to Xiao Jinghong and asked excitedly. As the senior apprentice brother of the second-generation disciples, he naturally had to find out so that he could act cool in the future. Wonderful Book House. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.